Chapter 529. Dragon Island was a small continent that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was surrounded by the sea on all sides, and the central mountain range continued to extend outwards. Other than the dragons living on the island, there were also many other residents. They were all the family members of the guards on the island. There were also many fishermen living on the few scattered islands around the island. Ron stood in the sky of Dragon Island, feeling the vastness of Dragon Island. A slight cool breeze brushed his robe. Black Dragon Cliff. This was the place where his mother lived. Ron had been there once before, and he would never forget it. Ron muttered to himself for a moment, thinking that it would be better to meet his mother secretly. It would be best not to alarm others. At this moment, his figure moved slightly and disappeared in the sky in an instant. Ron was flying towards the direction of Black Dragon Cliff at high speed. At this moment, his heart suddenly trembled. He felt as if he had triggered some kind of mechanism, waking up Dragon Island. Ron had triggered Dragon Island's defense restriction. In the sky above Dragon Island, some dragon ancestor had laid down a powerful magic circle. As long as someone broke into Dragon Island, a pornographic novel would be triggered. The magic circle would send out an alarm. The whole Dragon Island was shaking. Someone is trespassing on Dragon Island. It's a sacred domain expert. Quickly take off. The guards on Dragon Island received the alarm. The Dragon Knights didn't dare to be negligent. They rode on the winged dragonhawks and flew into the sky. The Dragon Knights, riding on the Earth Dragons, also quickly gathered. Who are you, trespassing on Dragon Island? Don't you know that Dragon Island is a forbidden area in Noah continent? Dozens of winged dragonhawks rose into the sky and surrounded Ron. One must know that they were facing a powerful expert from the sacred domain, but thinking that they had the backing of the most powerful force in Noah continent. Dragons, that Dragon Knight's courage was boosted again. Dragon Knight? Ron smiled faintly. With his current strength, he no longer put Dragon Knight and the like in his eyes. It would be more appropriate to change to Dragon Knight. He immediately said coldly, I want to see my mother. All of you get out of my way. I'm sorry, Your Excellency Ron. I have a duty to fulfill. Without the order of the Dragon's Elder, I can't let you pass. The leading Dragon Knight finally recognized the person who had come. He knew about Ron's past, so he replied cautiously. In fact, Homelin had wreaked havoc on the Dragon Island as Ron. He had almost defeated the Dragon Clan's patriarch Firth, so it was hard not to remember him. Hee, Ron sneered. Then, he lifted his black cloak and revealed the gray soft armor underneath. If that's the case, I can only force my way in. Ron said in a deep voice, Do you think you can stop me? Swish. Dozens of dragon spears were aimed at Ron. The faces of the Dragon Knights were covered in cold sweat, and they looked as if they were facing death with equanimity. Everyone knew that the result of fighting against the powerhouses of the sacred domain was death. However, they had no other choice. During this time, more and more winged Dragon Knights had gathered. Almost half of the Dragon Island had moved. Just as Ron was about to make his move, suddenly, dozens of spiritual senses swept over and firmly locked onto him. Ron knew that he had alarmed the powerhouses of the dragons. Spiritual senses locking onto him meant that they already knew of his arrival. Ordinary professionals also had spiritual senses. However, their spiritual senses could not reach far. On the other hand, the spiritual senses of powerhouses of the sacred domain could extend for dozens of kilometers. Ron also noticed that two spiritual senses swept over from hundreds of kilometers away. However, Ron quickly guessed who the owners of these two spiritual senses were. One was the Dark Dragon Firth, the Dragon Clan's patriarch, and the other was the Fairy Dragon Frigga. Only these two powerhouses of the divine realm had such ability. Ron's heart suddenly tightened. Things were going to be a little troublesome now. Just as Ron was thinking about how to deal with it, he found that the two spiritual senses quickly moved away. He did not feel the slightest hostility from them. Immediately after, several spiritual senses also gave up monitoring him. The expected trouble did not appear. Including R.A. Firth, they seemed to ignore Ron's arrival. What's going on? Ron frowned. He was a little surprised. The dragons had always been strong. When did the tyrannical R.A. Firth become so easy to talk to? However, the other members of the dragons were not so obedient. At this time, he saw a small black dot growing bigger in front of him. Ron knew that trouble was coming. Ron, I didn't expect you to have the face to come back. The one who appeared in front of Ron was the young powerhouse of the Flame Dragon clan, Ranarier. At this moment, he stood in front of Ron in his human form and said coldly, Lord Ranarier. The Dragon Knights in the sky covered their chests with their hands and bowed slightly. When they saw Ranarier appear, they breathed a sigh of relief. Their eyes were full of gratitude. If no one cared, they were afraid that they would have been sacrificed here. Surrounded by hundreds of dragons, including Ranarier, Ron's face still did not change. He said proudly, Haha, don't talk nonsense, Ranarier. Don't forget that I am a foreign dragon who passed the assessment. Why can't I come back? Foreign dragons? Haha, don't make me laugh to death. Ron, your qualification as a foreign dragon has not been officially recognized by the dragons. It is regarded as giving up your qualification. And Ranarier smiled slightly. Joss, Dragon Eagle Joss, you remember, right? He is the level 15 magical beast you defeated. He has officially joined the foreign dragons. Haha, Ron laughed heartily. His robes fluttered like the wind, emitting a powerful pressure that scared the Dragon Knights so much that their faces turned ashen. What a good joke. I didn't expect you to let a loser join the dragons. Sure enough, are you dragons the world of losers? Ron retorted sarcastically. Presumptuous. Ranarier was angry. Ron, I know that you have some fortuitous encounter and become a powerhouse of the sacred domain. But this does not mean that you have the qualifications to be arrogant. In the eyes of us dragons, the powerhouses of the sacred domain are nothing. Haha. Is that so? Ron sneered. To be honest, I don't care much about that bullshit foreign dragons. My purpose is simply to see my mother. You. Ranarier trembled with anger. When had he ever heard of someone daring to insult the dragons? It was precisely because he had never heard of it that he was greatly provoked. His face sank slightly, and he coldly shouted, Since you won't let me go, then I can only use my own strength to achieve my goal. A while had passed, and besides Ranarier, the other dragons had not come over. Ron had already calculated that Firth, dragons, and the other dragons had already given up on interfering in this matter. Since that was the case, he wanted to teach Ranarier a good lesson. Of course, going too far wouldn't do. Ron had no intention of killing him. At this time, a sacred tool appeared in Ron's hand, as if by magic. It was the dragon bone staff. Ranarier sneered. Ron, you are too naive. How can a new sacred domain powerhouse like you be my opponent? But since you want to die, I can only fulfill your wish. Is that so? You'll have to try to find out. Ron was full of confidence. Roar. With an earth-shattering roar, Ranarier's body underwent a huge change. A mass of flames instantly spread out, and in the blazing heat, Ranarier turned into a huge flaming dragon. A powerful aura spread out, and raging flames covered the sky. The dragon opened its mouth, flapped its huge wings, and spat out a mouthful of blazing gas. Ron, today I will clean house for the dragons. I will kill you, a disgrace with a lowly human bloodline. Ranarier let out a low roar and flapped his wings, bringing a blazing and strong wind with him. He suddenly rushed towards Ron like a huge fireball. Although he hadn't arrived yet, the blazing flames had already scorched the surrounding area. Seeing the two sacred domain powerhouses make a move, the surrounding dragon knights scattered. Once Ranarier arrived, there was nothing for them to do. In a battle between sacred domain powerhouses, they couldn't interfere at all. This was not the first time Ron had faced Ranarier. He wasn't afraid when he was weak, so he was even less afraid now. He smiled coldly, and his body shook, turning into a cloud of smoke and disappearing into the air. Ron's speed was very fast, especially after advancing to the sacred domain. He easily dodged Ranarier's attack. Pong! The dragon claw pounced, but Ranarier grabbed nothing but air. He flew into a rage out of humiliation and flapped his wings again, rushing towards Ron's direction. A soul-stirring chase was staged in the sky above the Dragon Island. The huge red flying dragon was chasing after that little figure that looked like a cloud of smoke. That little figure was like an illusion. It was incomparably nimble. Ranarier missed his target several times. Say, do you think Sir Ranarier can defeat Ron? A winged dragon knight quietly asked. The captain shook his head. I don't know, but the situation doesn't seem optimistic. Don't run if you have the guts. Ranarier was flustered and exasperated. He launched several attacks in a row, but Ron easily dodged them all. He roared and opened his mouth to spit out a dragon breath with flames. Hee. Ron smiled faintly. He waved his right hand lightly, and a dark smoke twisted like a snake and condensed in front of him. White bone shield. Boom. The flaming dragon breath collided with the white bone shield. The flaming dragon breath seemed to have been blocked. The sound of an explosion spread out, and flames covered the whole sky. What? He actually blocked my attack? Ranarier was astonished and somewhat in disbelief, but he couldn't help but believe what he saw. At this time, Ron's long laughter came to his ears. Ranarier, since you are so sincere, then I'll let you see my true strength now. As soon as his voice fell, the dragon bone staff in Ron's hand was seen in the center. The black robe on his body fluttered with the wind, revealing the ferocious skull of the bone shield. The eyes of the dragon head of the sacred tool, dragon bone staff, emitted a faint green light, like a vengeful spirit awakened in hell, emitting an astonishing soul power. White bone spear. Ron's eyes turned dark green, and a bone spear as bright as white jade appeared in his hand at some point. The next moment, he threw the bone spear fiercely at Ranarier. Fire shield. Ranarier didn't dare to be careless. He immediately raised a powerful fire shield to protect his body. Several shields condensed like flames appeared around his huge body, constantly rotating. Boom! The white bone spear attacked, carrying a powerful soul power. Ranarier's surroundings scattered like smoke, suddenly covering half of the sky. Although he had blocked Ron's attack, Ranarier only felt a strong surge of energy. He felt a sweet taste in his throat, and a trace of blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. With just one counterattack, the tyrannical Ranarier was injured. Chapter 530. Boom! The black fog exploded like dust, and the smoke filled everyone's eyes. For a moment, everyone's vision was blocked. When they came back to their senses, they found that Ron had already left at some point. Ron did not fight to the death with Ranarier, but chose to escape. In fact, his choice was wise. If he really made a big deal out of it, he would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. As the strongest race in Noah, the dragons were not to be trifled with. Just because they ignored Ron did not mean that they were afraid of him. Swish! A round of flames flashed, but Ranarier had already returned to his human form and landed on the ground. He looked in the direction that Ron had left, his eyes full of resentment. At this moment, there was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. With just this move, Ranarier had suffered a hidden loss. Lord Ranarier, a group of dragon knights also landed on the ground on their winged dragons. They surrounded him and sincerely saluted him. If it were not for Ranarier's sudden appearance, many of them would have been seriously injured, if not dead. Lord Ranarier, are your injuries okay? A dragon knight saw that there was still blood at the corner of Ranarier's mouth and asked. His words were originally out of concern, but unfortunately, it just happened to touch Ranarier's reverse scale. As soon as the dragon knight's voice fell, a trace of anger appeared in Ranarier's eyes. Slap! The dragon knight who spoke received a heavy slap. The slap was so heavy that half of the dragon knight's face swelled up. The dragon knight who was beaten covered his face tightly, tears welling up in his eyes. His face was full of grievances, and he did not dare to say a word. The others did not dare to breathe, and could only look at him sympathetically. Ranarier jumped up in anger, pointed at the guy and cursed, Bastard! Do you have the guts to say it again? Say it again? Who the hell said I was injured? With my strength, how could I be injured by a human? What a joke. Yes, Lord, I was wrong. The dragon knight could only apologize in tears. Scram! All of you scram! Ranarier was somewhat hysterical. Being defeated by a human in front of so many people, his self-esteem was seriously damaged. Yes, Lord Ranarier, then I won't disturb Lord Ranarier. Lord Ranarier, goodbye. Hearing this, the dragon knights in their hearts, and they all bowed and bid farewell, and then scattered like birds and beasts. The dragon knights had all scattered. Rannerly was the only one left standing on the small slope. His face was ashen as he looked at the sky with resentment. He gritted his teeth and said, "That's right. Rannery, remember this for me. Today Ron didn't have the chance to hear Renali's resentment. He had already appeared at Black Dragon Cliff. Mom. Rannery. Before they arrived at Black Dragon Cliff, Bellis had already sensed Ron's arrival through her spiritual sense. When she suddenly saw Ron in perfect condition, her tears fell with a swish sound. Mother, it's good that you're okay. Ron's face was full of excitement when he saw Bellis, and he suddenly threw himself into Bellis's arms. Silly child, what could have happened to your mother? Bellis hugged Ron tightly, her face full of excitement, and with a hint of sobbing, she said, "But you, Mother thought, I would never see you again." Bellis couldn't continue, and tears flowed down her beautiful cheeks. Ron gently wiped away the tears on his mother's face and said wittily, "Mother, isn't your son already back?" "Yes, you're back. My good son is back." Bellis was amused by Ron, and her tears turned into laughter. Come, child, come in. Let Mother take a good look at you." Bellis smiled and pulled Ron into the palace she lived in. Dragon Island was very big, so the buildings inside were also very big. Ron walked into the place where Bellis lived, and it was like a maze. If not for his mother pulling him, Ron would have already lost his way. While talking to Ron, Bellis tightly held onto Ron's hand, unwilling to let go for even a moment, as if she was afraid that if she let go, Ron would fly away. After several twists and turns, they arrived at a luxuriously decorated hall. The mother and son sat down on a chair and started chatting. "Ron, where have you been all this time?" Mother was worried to death. Bellis squeezed Ron's hand and asked nervously, "It's nothing, Mother, I'm fine. That person saved me and even healed my injuries." Ron smiled and briefly recounted the process. Of course, he omitted Noah's name. Before he left, Noah kept a close eye on him and did not tell anyone about his existence. "Who was the middle-aged man who took you away?" Bellis asked. She tried hard to recall the scene at that time, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt that the person's identity was not simple. A person who could calm down the furious Firth and give him some face, his identity was naturally not that simple. However, that person seemed to be a human, a genuine human. I'm sorry, Mother." Ron lowered his head slightly and said with a trace of apology, "I promised him not to reveal his existence. If you promise someone something, you must do it." Hearing this, Bustling smiled. "That's right, Ron. You did the right thing in this matter." She paused and said, "Since you promised him, then Mother won't ask you anymore." Being praised by his mother, Ron felt warm in his heart. He thought for a while and asked, "By the way, Mother, that old dirty novel, did that guy make things difficult for you?" "Old guy?" Bellis opened her beautiful dark eyes wide, puzzled. After thinking for a long time, she realized that Ron was talking about La Firth. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Ron, don't say that. He's my father, and also your grandfather." I don't have such a grandfather." Speaking of La Firth, Ron was furious. "Have you ever seen a grandfather who killed his own grandson? Anyway, I haven't seen it. If it weren't for the fact that I can't beat him, I would have taught him a lesson when I came back this time." He waved his fist, his face full of anger. Bella sighed in her heart. To be honest, she was also very dissatisfied with her father. How could a grandfather kill his own grandson over and over again? Ron's anger was also reasonable. At this moment, Ron looked at Bellis and said seriously, "Mother, tell me the truth. Did he make things difficult for you after I left?" "No." Bellis smiled and said, "After you were taken away, I returned to Black Dragon Cliff and have been there ever since." "That's good." Ron breathed a sigh of relief and said fiercely, "If I find out that he did something bad to you, even if I can't beat him now, I will definitely not let him go in the future." "Don't say that, Ron." Bella smiled and said softly, "Moreover, after that time, I could feel that my father's attitude changed a lot." Bella smiled. "Do you think he doesn't know that you're on Dragon Island?" "No, he knows, but he didn't stop you from coming in. This is already very clear." He has changed a lot. Bellis continued. Just 2 days ago, he specially sent someone to pass a message to me, saying that my confinement order has been lifted. That means I can go anywhere. Bellis said quietly. I understand what he means, that is, he's giving me a chance to see Pluto, who is your father, but I haven't decided to see him yet. Ron's eyes widened in surprise. Mother, if you have the chance to see father, why don't you go? Do you know that father misses you very much? I know, of course I know. Bellis cried softly again. Her voice trembled as she said, but I don't dare to see him. If it wasn't for me, because of my family, how could he have become like this? I'll let him down. Ron could only comfort his mother. However, no matter how Ron persuaded her, Bellis still refused to see Pluto. Finally, Bellis said, Ron, it's not that I don't want to see him. It's just that the time isn't right. I still don't know what father thinks. Mother is scared, really scared that the family will bring him more trouble. Ron, do you understand what I mean? Bellis knew that perhaps there was a slight change in her father's views, but it did not mean that all the dragons would accept this change. It did not matter to humans if a human became a descendant of dragons, but to dragons, it was not a good thing. Whether it was power, magic, or talent, humans were far inferior to dragons. In this regard, the dragons were at a disadvantage. Furthermore, the power of tradition was powerful. Even the leader of the dragon tribe couldn't do as he pleased. More importantly, this culture couldn't be allowed to grow within the dragon tribe. If this was the case, every dragon tribe would find an ordinary human or a lower race to mate with and covet their offspring. Then the dragon tribe's pure bloodline would eventually die out. Therefore, dragons were very careful when choosing a mate. Generally speaking, only dragons could be chosen. The worst ones were high-level magical beasts. As for humans, it was impossible. Perhaps Ron was an exception. Oh, Ron finally understood and said, then, Mother, I'll tell him. Bella smiled and untied a necklace from her neck. The necklace was very ordinary, but there was a crystal-clear blue gem on it. She put the necklace in Ron's hand and said, This is an anti-magic necklace. It's also Mother's personal item. Bring this to your father and tell him. Mother will be reunited with him soon. Yes, Mother. Ron took the necklace and nodded seriously. After seeing that his mother was fine, Ron finally felt relieved. He bid farewell to his mother and left the black dragon cliff. In the sky, Ron's body floated quietly. He gently touched the necklace in his hand and felt the magical power contained in it. The necklace was warm, and there was still a trace of body heat. After a long time, Ron sighed softly and slowly put the necklace in his pocket. After seeing his mother this time, his heart was even heavier. Forget it. Let's not think about it for now. Let's leave here first. Ron shook his head. His body turned into a cloud of light mist and was about to leave. Suddenly, his heart moved as if he thought of something. That's right, the floating island. Isn't the floating island known as the ancient ruins in the Dragon Island? Ron finally remembered. He saw a few illustrations in a library, which aroused his curiosity. Ron had long wanted to take a look at this place known as the ancient ruins. Since he came to the Dragon Island and those arrogant dragons did not stop him, wasn't this a good opportunity? Chapter 531. The size of a dragon island is beyond Ron's expectation, and the endless ocean outside of the Dragon Island is even more beyond his imagination. The endless ocean takes the meaning of endless. No one has ever been able to reach the edge. And according to legend, the end of the endless ocean is connected to another space. Ron does not care about these. What he is most concerned about is how to find the ancient ruins on the scroll, the floating island. Unfortunately, Ron searched all the islands around the Dragon Island, but not a single one of them is floating in the air. Facing these hundreds and thousands of islands scattered all over the place, Ron cannot help but feel worried. Without any other choice, Ron can only ask the fishermen nearby for help. The afternoon sun shines on the beach, making the entire beach scalding hot. In the calm harbor, on a dilapidated fishing boat, an old fisherman is smoking a hookah, enjoying this rare leisure time. The old fisherman half squints his eyes, as if he is dozing off. He seems to be reminiscing about the youth that has disappeared for a long time. At this moment, a voice interrupts his thoughts. "Hello, old uncle. Can I ask you something?" The old fisherman opens his eyes, only to see a young man wearing a black robe standing in front of him. A pair of black eyes is looking at him kindly, with an inquiring expression on his face. When the old fisherman sees that it is a young lad, he also lets down his guard. He smiles warmly and stands up. "Hee, a guest from afar. What do you want to ask?" "In this area of the sea, there is nothing that I do not know." The old fisherman smiles amicably. He is not boasting. He has lived here all his life. Nothing in this area of the sea can escape from him. "Really? That's great." That young man in black robe is precisely Ron. When he heard, his eyes lit up. He finally found the right person. He hurriedly asks, "Then, old uncle, do you know where the floating island is?" "Floating island. Of course I know, this floating island." The old fisherman smiles as he says, his mind is spinning rapidly. Floating island. Why is this name so familiar? Could it be, at this moment, the old fisherman suddenly seems to recall something. His face changes and says loudly, "What, you are asking about floating island?" Don't know. I don't know." The old fisherman said, "I don't know," 3 times in a row. He stood up, and frustration was written all over his face. "Uncle, you..." Ron was shocked. He did not expect the old man's face to suddenly change. Ron felt that the old man knew about it, but why didn't he say anything? At this moment, the old fisherman had already stood up and angrily pushed Ron out. "Just leave? What floating island? Don't ask me. I don't know anything." After saying this, the old fisherman pushed Ron out of the door and closed the door with a bang. "Uncle, uncle." Ron knocked on the door a few times and called out a few times. Unfortunately, the old man ignored him. Ron could only sigh and walk down the stairs step by step of the old wooden boat. He turned around and saw that not only was the door of the old man's boat tightly shut, even the curtains were drawn. "Forget it. I'll ask someone else." Ron thought helplessly. He did not expect that it would cause such a huge reaction from the old man. But things were so strange. Those simple fishermen were polite to Ron at the beginning, but when they heard Ron ask about floating island, their faces changed drastically, as if they had seen a ghost. Their faces were filled with fear, and they quickly walked away, avoiding answering Ron's question. Some even refused to let him in, which made Ron rather depressed. "What's going on?" Strolling on the beach that was scorching hot from the sun, Ron scratched his head. Why does everyone have the same expression, but they don't say anything? They must know something. Ron thought and stopped walking, coming to a conclusion. But how could he get them to say it? "Looks like I can only use some unconventional methods." At this moment, Ron's eyes flashed as he thought silently. He stared at a fisherman's family not far away. Bang! In a dilapidated house, the rotten door was kicked open by someone. A person was ruthlessly thrown out and fell to the ground. It was a tall, middle-aged man. At this moment, he was rolling on the ground like a gourd. Although it seemed that the force was great, the middle-aged man did not suffer any injuries. He had been fishing all year round, so his body was very strong. The person who threw him was a young man in a black robe. Needless to say, it was Ron. At this moment, he used a black cloth to cover his face and then secretly grabbed the middle-aged man. The house was very dark and filled with the pungent smell of fish. It was very unpleasant. Through the dilapidated ceiling, the sunlight shone into the dark house, adding a bit of gloominess. This was a house used by fishermen to dry their fish. It was located in a remote area, and people rarely came here. The man who was thrown in by Ron had a face full of horror. He crawled up, knelt on the ground, and cried bitterly. "Sir, respected sir, I am just a poor fisherman. I can't take out any money. I still have a wife and children to support. Sir, please be kind and let me go." The middle-aged man desperately begged for mercy. He thought that Ron was a pirate who committed all kinds of crimes. "Shut up," Ron shouted sternly, and the middle-aged man immediately dared not to make sound. But when the man heard Ron's voice, he felt a little strange. This pirate's age did not seem to be very old. Ron coldly snorted and slowly reached out his hand to feel around his waist. The middle-aged man looked, and his heart suddenly sank. He wants to kill people. But the middle-aged man was wrong. With a crash, the young man raised his hand, and a yellow light sprinkled in front of his eyes. One by one, gold coins fell to the ground, jumping like rabbits. Gold coins! So many gold coins! The middle-aged man's eyes were straight. He had never seen so much money. Ron coldly said, "Answer my question, and these gold coins are yours. Otherwise, humph." Ron coldly snorted, and the middle-aged man's body trembled. At this time, he had confirmed that the young man in front of him was not a pirate. He was relieved and asked, "Sir, what do you want to know?" "As long as I know, I will tell you everything I know." "Good. Very good." Seeing that the guy was so cooperative, Ron nodded with satisfaction. He looked at the middle-aged man. "Then tell me, where is the floating island?" "Floating island?" The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, his face showed a look of fear. This. "Sir, I speak." Ron coldly shouted. He raised his voice, and at the same time stepped forward. "Speak. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Ron released the might of a sacred domain expert, causing the middle-aged man to feel as if he was facing the threat of death. His body trembled as he broke out in cold sweat. "Sir, I'll speak. I'll speak. Don't kill me." Only then did Ron withdraw his pressure. He tidied up his clothes and said casually, "Say it. I hope I'm satisfied with what you say." "Yes, sir." The middle-aged man looked at the gold coins on the ground and swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He gritted his teeth and said, "Sir, actually, all the fishermen in this area know the location of this floating island. It's just that they usually don't talk about it because that place has always been known as pornographic novels since ancient times. Come, this is a place full of taboos." "A place full of taboos?" Ron silently repeated these words. Only now did he understand why those fishermen were so afraid to avoid him. "Go on," Ron said in a deep voice. "Although I've never been there before, I've heard from the elders that, although that place usually looks calm, as long as someone goes near it, there will immediately be earth-shattering changes. The clear sky will turn dark, as if death is shrouding the earth. The wind will surge, and countless lightning bolts will fall. Whirlwinds will blow on the sea, and the sea will boil. That floating island above the endless sea is like the devil's eye." The middle-aged man's face was filled with fear. When he spoke of the things passed down by the fishermen, his body couldn't help but tremble. How could this be? Ron frowned. This news was greatly out of his expectations. However, this also strengthened his determination to make a trip there. The middle-aged man glanced at Ron. "Sir, that place is full of taboos and is extremely dangerous. I think it's better if you don't go. Besides, there's nothing worth risking your life over there." "You don't have to worry about that." Ron took a deep breath and said calmly, "You just have to tell me where that floating island is. It's about 1,000 kilometers to the east of the sea. There are very few islands there, so it's very easy to find." The middle-aged man swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with a bitter smile, "We fishermen never dare to fish there, Ron finally knew the approximate location of the floating island. He nodded with satisfaction. "You can go now." "Thank you, sir." The middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave, Ron called out to him, "Take the gold coins on the ground with you." The middle-aged man originally wanted to take them, but didn't dare to. Hearing this, he was overjoyed. "Thank you, sir, for your reward." As he spoke, he happily picked up the gold coins on the ground and carefully placed them in his arms. He then thanked Ron, bowed, and walked out of the door. Just as the middle-aged man was about to walk to the door, he suddenly seemed to remember something. He turned around and said, "Oh, right, sir, I remember now. According to us fishermen, this floating island is actually not called Floating Island. It has another name." "What name?" Ron frowned and asked. "It's called Death Island." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he left. Only Ron was left standing quietly in the dilapidated wooden house. Chapter 532. The Taboo Ocean was also known as the Ocean of Death by the fishermen around Dragon Island. It was located in Normanson, a part of Dragon Island. Ron had always thought that the middle-aged man's words were extremely exaggerated, but he soon realized that he was wrong. Ron was like a flying seagull, flying close to the surface of the ocean. His body streaked across the ocean, leaving behind a shallow trail. Ron continued to advance towards the east. Suddenly, he felt his heart twitch, and a suffocating feeling was transmitted. Ron's heart thumped, and he opened his eyes wide in astonishment. What is this? The scenery in front of his eyes suddenly changed. The originally calm ocean suddenly became turbulent, and the sky became dark. Not long after, it was completely dark, as if the day had suddenly turned into night. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, as thick as a water bucket continuously struck down. On the ocean, huge waves more than 10 feet high were raised. Ron was at a loss. At this time, a huge wave came crashing down. Ron hurriedly dodged to the side, dodging the attack of the huge wave. This is... Suddenly, Ron's eyes lit up. In the pitch-black night sky, he discovered something sparkling with black radiance. Floating island. That small island seemed to be gently supported by an invisible force, quietly floating in the sky. What was different was that this small island was unceasingly emitting a thick black fog, enveloping the entire island. This place was filled with the aura of death. Before Ron even got close, he already felt a burst of palpitations. It really is the island of death. No wonder those fishermen were unwilling to come. Ron took a deep breath. In the darkness, his eyes flickered. He didn't know why, but this surging death energy gave him a kind of familiar feeling. Let's go and take a look. With a thought, Ron's figure slowly rose up, slowly approaching the floating island. The closer he got to this strange island, the faster Ron's heart beat. The feeling of death enveloping his head became more and more intense, as if there was a sword raised to chop down his neck at any time. Ron plunged into the black fog. Stepping on solid ground, Ron's heart calmed down. The island was covered in a thick black fog, and he couldn't see the road ahead clearly. Ron took out a magic stone from his interspatial bag. Through the weak light from the magic stone, he could finally see a little more clearly. He slowly moved forward and soon saw a dark hole. Ron didn't think too much and stepped in. Once they entered the cave, Ron could finally see the interior of the cave with the help of the faint light from the Philosopher's Stone. They were huge illustrations that looked as if they had been chiseled out with a knife and axe. The lines were smooth, and even after tens of thousands of years, the colors did not fade at all. These were the illustrations that Ron had seen in the library. A huge human figure with a skeletal face was being worshipped by tens of thousands of people. These humans seemed to have just been freed from the stage of eating raw meat and drinking blood. They only knew how to use crude weapons to fight against powerful magical beasts. Ron now knew that the huge human figure was the Lich King. He came to Amroth and taught the humans their necromancy magic. He led them on expeditions and finally created the powerful Scourge Church. The powerful Scourge Church ruled over the continent of Amroth for thousands of years. Following the disappearance of the Lich King, the Scourge Church began to decline. Various races and forces began to rebel, including the human Holy See. Ron looked at them one by one. Finally, his gaze fell on a corner at the bottom of the wall. Ron saw something. It was a book wrapped in a thick black cover. Ron picked up the book and carefully examined it. It was a book that described the basics of necromancy magic. It was called Necromancy Magic, the Basics. Unfortunately, only the second volume was available. The first volume was missing, and even the second volume was incomplete. At this moment, Ron used the weak light from the Philosopher's Stone to carve a name on the book. Tristalum Khan. That's right, the progenitor of necromancy, Khan, had been here before. Perhaps he had learned necromancy here. If I'm not wrong, this is the combat section of the second volume. As for the first volume, it must be about cultivating the power of the soul. Ron muttered to himself as he put down the book in his hand. He looked around, but couldn't find the first volume. This meant that the necromancy magic that Khan had learned was missing the most important part of cultivating the power of the soul. That was why the necromancy magic on the continent of Noah was so weak. Ron flipped through the book in his hand. He understood most of the content inside. It was a very basic knowledge in necromancy magic. Ron looked around the cave, but found that there was nothing else apart from the book and the illustration on the wall. This is a wasted trip. Forget it, I'll leave. Ron couldn't help but feel disappointed that he had only found these things after spending so much effort to find the floating island. After meeting Lord Noah, he knew everything he needed to know. These illustrations were meaningless to him. He only knew where the useless necromancy magic on the continent of Noah came from. Ron casually tossed the book aside. After thinking for a bit, he put it back. At this moment, his hand seemed to have touched something. A black death aura instantly filled the air. This is... Ron's expression changed. The drifting black fog suddenly condensed and quickly wrapped around Ron. The death aura that looked like a black fog suddenly started to invade Ron's soul. Soul attack. Ron's heart shook. It was too late for him to react. He could only see the death aura spreading like a virus and invading his sea of consciousness. Very quickly, Ron's soul's line of defense fell. No, not good. Ron turned pale with fright. He immediately calmed his mind and sat down. He entered a state of cultivation and focused on dealing with the invading death aura. The death aura was very powerful. It was like a spirit snake that kept twisting and twisting, starting to corrode Ron's soul. Under Ron's firm willpower, his soul started to counterattack, repelling the strange death aura's attacks again and again. At this moment, Ron's soul was no longer in a state where it could be trampled upon. The soul of a powerhouse of the sacred domain was extremely powerful, especially for someone like Ron who cultivated soul force. Ordinary soul attacks had no effect on him. Ron carefully guided his soul force to wrap around the invading death aura. Not long after, the invading death aura gathered and formed a small black fog. It was compressed into a small space. Fortunately, Ron's soul force had already reached the sacred domain. Otherwise, he might have been controlled by this strange power and become its puppet. Only now did Ron dare to breathe a sigh of relief. However, he was very curious. Where did this strange power come from? How could this small floating island have such a strange power? Just as Ron was puzzled, the black ball of air that had been condensed suddenly changed. It turned into a book with a thick black cover. Its body was covered in mysterious patterns. A heavy power seeped out and filled the entire space. On the black cover, there were a few words written in large letters. Book of Death, Book of Death. Ron's heart trembled. That Book of Death appeared in Ron's mind. It was wrapped in a thick cover and its contents couldn't be seen. As if it had some kind of attraction, Ron suddenly impatiently wanted to open the book. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open the Book of Death. At this time, Ron's mind was moved. He tried to use his soul to touch the book, but unexpectedly, he succeeded. The floating Book of Death slowly flipped to the first page. Death Coil. Ron's heart shook. What entered his eyes was a familiar necromancy spell, Death Coil. This necromancy spell that could heal undead and attack the enemy's soul was recorded in this Book of Death. Could it be that this was a cultivation magic book? Ron resisted the excitement in his heart and used his soul force to probe, turning to another page. Death Withering. Ron wasn't unfamiliar with this spell. Homeland's grandfather had used this spell against Ranarier. It was this spell that had defeated Ranarier and forced him to flee. Legend had it that the Book of Death was written by a god that cultivated the power of death. It recorded powerful spells that defied the heavens. These spells were much more powerful than necromancy magic. Its research on the soul was even more in-depth. Ron looked at the Book of Death and quietly entered a state of cultivation. He eagerly studied the knowledge recorded in the Book of Death. The world outside the floating island had unknowingly calmed down. It was a sunny day like usual. The sparkling waves of the sea slowly flowed. The violent scene from before was like an illusion. Pornographic novels after 10 days, Ron finally opened his eyes. During these days, he had only studied the second page of the Book of Death, which was the spell Death Withering. As for the third page of the Book of Death, he couldn't flip it no matter what. This book is good stuff. Ron sighed. What he didn't know was that this Book of Death wasn't a book, but a strand of thought. Just like when Homeland taught him necromancy magic, apart from explanations, it was more of a direct infusion of thoughts. Of course, this strand of thought came from. Ron stood up, patted the dust off his body, and slowly walked out of the cave. At this time, he was stunned to discover that the black fog surrounding the floating island had disappeared at some point. Sunlight shone on his body, warming him up. The surroundings were sunny, and sunny. How strange could it be that all of this was caused by the Book of Death? Ron muttered to himself. However, Ron didn't think too much about it. He wanted to return to the Moran kingdom and tell his father everything so that he wouldn't worry. Ron's body slowly rose. He fiercely turned his head, and his body turned into a cloud of smoke as he quickly flew towards the west. The floating island was calmly floating above the sea. At this moment, the floating island finally revealed its full appearance. Rather than calling it an island, it would be better to call it a huge rock. Apart from a small cave, there was nothing else. Warm sunlight quietly shone on this island, and below it was the slowly flowing sea. Suddenly, a tremor came from the floating island. The tremor grew stronger and stronger, and countless huge rocks started to fall one by one. They fell to the surface of the sea and splashed up waves. After losing the power of the Book of Death, the floating island started to disintegrate. At the same time, the huge floating island slowly sank. The huge floating island fell to the surface of the sea, setting off waves more than 10 feet high. In the end, the floating island completely sank until it disappeared from the surface of the sea. Along with the secrets it recorded, it disappeared in the long river of history. From this day onwards, the taboo sea became a legend. Many years later, after a fisherman accidentally broke in, this region of the sea became no longer dangerous and mysterious, and fishermen started to fish here. Of course, this was a story for later. Chapter 533. In a magnificent room, there was a faint fragrance. It wasn't the smell of burning incense wood, but the natural body fragrance of a woman. In front of a large dressing mirror, an extremely beautiful woman was sitting upright, her beautiful face reflected in the mirror. Behind her, a beautiful woman dressed in palace attire was carefully combing the woman's long blue hair. Her long hair was like a waterfall, full of luster. The woman in front of the mirror sat quietly in front of the mirror, like a puppet that the beautiful woman was fiddling with. That beautiful woman was Kadena. At this moment, she was wearing a luxurious white wedding dress, which set off her beautiful white jade-like figure. The upper half of the wedding dress didn't have any traces of cloth, but if one looked carefully, they would see that it was made of extremely small pearls. The lower half of the dress was made of the highest quality silk, and the snow-white crystal shoes were inlaid with a pigeon egg-sized ruby. This wedding dress was not cheap. In fact, it far exceeded the value of a high-grade, dark gold-grade weapon. However, Katina did not look happy in the slightest when she wore such a high-grade wedding dress. That was because she was marrying someone she did not love. Looking at her appearance, the beautiful woman sighed softly and said, "Miss Kadena, things have already come to this point. Why do you still have to be like this?" Katina didn't move. She continued to sit there quietly, as if she couldn't hear anything. She was stupefied. The beautiful woman continued to persuade, "His Highness Reynolds is an extremely outstanding man, a genius of the Noah continent. He has already broken through the peak of the master rank and is preparing to step into the sacred domain. You and him are a match made in heaven." Kadena, were you still dissatisfied with? The beautiful woman took a step forward and gently placed her hand on Kadena's shoulder. She said word by word, "Forget about that guy called Ron. He's not suitable for you." Kadena slowly raised her head. When she heard the two words, Ron, her bright eyes glowed with a glimmer of light before dimming again. She said in a clear voice, "Go out. I want to be alone for a while." "Miss Kadena, you must think carefully. Don't do anything stupid." The beautiful woman wanted to continue persuading, but she was interrupted by Kadena. She stood up with a swoosh and raised her voice. "I told you to get out. Didn't you hear?" Yes, Your Highness. This servant will take her leave." Seeing that Kadena was angry, the beautiful woman could only give a cursory bow. She didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly walked out. The room became quiet again. Kadena faintly sighed. She was originally very beautiful, but now that she was wearing a wedding dress, she was like a beautiful goddess. No, even the most beautiful goddess could not compare to her. Unfortunately, at this moment, the goddess's face was filled with worry. No matter how beautiful the wedding dress was, if it wasn't for the person she loved the most, then what was the point? In 3 days, she would marry someone she didn't love. That person was Reynolds. Ever since she returned to Doro Kingdom, Reynolds used her father, the Doro King, to force her to marry him. But Kadena kept on refusing, even threatening to go on a hunger strike. Looking at his daughter, who was getting thinner day by day, her father, the Doro King, felt incomparable heartache. In the end, her father compromised. He tried to negotiate with the kingdom's guardian, the venomous scorpion Lionite Ram, hoping to use other conditions to cancel Kadena's engagement. But when Ram heard this, he flew into a rage. He ordered his left and right to arrest the Doro King and put him in prison. At the same time, he launched a coup d'état, using thunderous means to control all the Doro Kingdom's army and force the Doro King to abdicate. In just a few days, Ram changed from the Doro Kingdom's guardian to the new Doro King. With absolute strength, he swept away all the opposing forces. Some of the Doro Kingdom's army and forces loyal to the Doro King were quickly suppressed, and Ram became the Doro Kingdom's ruler. Reynolds also became the prince, the only successor of the Doro Kingdom, and Princess Kadena became an ordinary family's young lady. The original members of the Doro royal family were imprisoned one after another. Those who weren't imprisoned also became Reynolds' lackeys. For example, that beautiful woman from before was a member of the Doro royal family. According to seniority, Kadena should call her aunt, and Reynolds took the opportunity to force the marriage. Under the double pressure of her family's life and her own happiness, Kadena could only compromise. That's why the opening scene happened. Calmly looking at her beautiful face in the mirror, Kadena's mood inexplicably became irritable. This peerlessly beautiful face was the basis of her pride, but at this moment, she wanted nothing more than to destroy it with her own hands. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound came from the door, but Kadena ignored it. Knock, knock, knock. That knocking sound didn't seem to give up as it came again. This time, the sound was a bit louder. Kadena suddenly stood up, her face full of anger, and coldly reprimanded. "Didn't I say that no one could disturb me? Didn't you hear me?" Just as her voice fell, with a creak, the door opened. Outside the door was a smiling face. Kadena opened her eyes wide. "Sister Shea, how come it's you?" Shea walked in with a smile and carefully closed the door. She glanced at Kadena and said, "Little girl, you're getting more and more beautiful. Sister Shea is jealous to death." Kadena blushed and lowered her head. "Sister Shea is making fun of me again." Shea smiled and pulled Kadena to give her a spin. "My little princess is getting more and more beautiful. If Ron were to see you like this, he would." Kadena's face darkened. "I'm no longer a princess." What's going on?" Shea was obviously shocked. "That's right. When I came back just now, I wanted to directly come in to look for you, but I was stopped by your royal guards and almost got into a fight. In the past, I casually came in because I didn't want things to get out of hand, so I secretly came in. What's going on here?" Kadena sighed and told her about the disturbance in the Doro Kingdom. "What? There's actually such a thing?" Shea's eyes widened. "Ram actually became the king of the Doro Kingdom, and his son Renaud actually came to marry you as the prince of the Doro Kingdom." Shea didn't expect that so many things would happen while she was away. Kadena sighed and looked at Shea. She bit her lip and asked, "Sister Shea, what did Ron say about your trip to the Molan Kingdom?" Shea shook her head. "I did go to the Molan Kingdom, but I didn't see Ron. I only saw Hera. She told me that Ron went to participate in the Foreign Dragons assessment and hasn't returned yet. Is that so?" Kadena's face darkened, and she smiled bitterly. Her beauty was heartbreaking. She faintly said, This is my fate, my life is so bitter." Tears fell from her eyes as she spoke. Shea's expression was uncertain. Finally, she clenched her teeth. "Kadena, come with me. Even if we can't find Ron, let's go out and hide for a while. Everything will proceed according to the original plan. I came back this time to take you away." With that, Shea grabbed Kadena's hand and was about to take her out. "No, Sister Shea." Kadena screamed and pulled her hand back as if she had seen a ghost. Shea looked at her in astonishment. "Sister Shea, I can't go with you." Kadena covered her face and cried bitterly. "My father, my brother, they're all in Reynolds' hands. How can I just leave? Shea fell silent. Looking at the weeping Kadena, her eyes flashed with killing intent. At this moment, she wanted nothing more than to rush out and kill Reynolds. However, Reynolds had the sacred domain expert ram behind him. Even if Reynolds himself wasn't weak, Shea wasn't confident that she could kill him. At this moment, Shea thought of her grandfather, Blue Sword Saint Corbett. However, Corbett was currently far away in the fairy forest. Even if she rushed back, she wouldn't make it in time. Kadena, don't tell me. You really want to marry that guy? Shea bit her lip and asked. At this moment, she had no other choice. Kadena wiped the tears from her cheeks and smiled bitterly. What else can I do? I can't use the blood of my family to exchange for a lifetime of happiness. If I do that, I won't be able to rest in peace for the rest of my life. Shea looked at Kadena with a complicated expression. She sighed and nodded as if she could only accept this reality. She hesitated and asked, then Ron. Kadena's heart ached slightly. This name brought back many sweet memories. Her long eyelashes drooped, and her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. I can't be his wife in this life. Perhaps in the next life. Kadena bit her lip. Her face was filled with despair. She seemed to have accepted her fate. I've already written a letter to him. Counting the days, it should be about time. At this moment, Kadena grabbed Shea's arm. Sister Shea, I'll leave Ron to you. You have to take good care of him for me. A few days later, Ron returned to the Emolon Kingdom. What welcomed him were smiling faces, Basara, Rainey, Hera, and the rest. Ron even saw his aunt, Queen Latte. When they saw that Ron had advanced to the sacred domain, they were very surprised. Ron went to see his father, Pluto, and told him everything that happened during this period of time. However, he left out the part about Noah and passed his mother's keepsake, which was the necklace, to him. Pluto held the necklace and didn't say a word for a long time. You mean someone was looking for me these few days? And for my letter? In the back garden of the Emolon Palace, Ron looked at Hera and asked in surprise. Beside him stood Basara and Rainey. Yes, Sister Shea came to look for you. However, when she saw that you weren't around, she left. Rainey rushed to say, Did she say anything? Ron thought for a while and asked. She didn't say anything. However, when she saw that you weren't around, she seemed very disappointed. Basara said as she recalled, Let's read the letter first. Hera passed a letter to Ron. There was no cover or signature on the letter, so he couldn't tell who wrote it. Ron opened the letter and realized that it was a pornographic novel. It was written by Kadena, but the contents of the letter made his face change drastically. It was a letter to break off all relations. In the letter, she said that she was going to marry Reynolds soon and asked him to forget about her and stop looking for her. Brother Ron, what's wrong with you? Looking at Ron's angry face, Rainey asked in shock. What did the letter say? Why? Ron suddenly roared. It was as if there was a ball of fire in his heart that was going to explode at any time. At that moment, he was like an injured wild beast. At that moment, his ability had already reached the sacred domain. A powerful aura was released uncontrollably from his body. Even Hera, who was standing beside him, could feel her body trembling. The three girls read the letter one by one and looked at each other. They were all shocked by the contents of the letter. What exactly is going on? Kadena didn't explain the reason in the letter, and this made Ron even more furious. Kadena didn't write the reason in the letter because she didn't want Ron to worry. It must be Reynolds. Reynolds forced her. It must be. Chapter 534. Princess Hera, there's another urgent letter. Just as Ron was about to go crazy, a palace guard hurriedly ran over with a letter in his hand. Hera frowned and took the letter. Another letter? Who is it for? The palace guard said, It was sent by that woman called Shea. It's a pornographic novel. The person said that they hope you can pass this letter to Prince Ron as soon as possible. A letter from Shea to Ron? The three girls were shocked. Give it to me, Ron roared. As he had cultivated the Book of Death, the death energy in his body made people tremble. The palace guard trembled and passed the letter to Ron. Ron couldn't wait to tear open the letter. Once he opened it, Shea's familiar handwriting entered his eyes. The handwriting was messy, and it looked like it was written in a hurry. The contents of the letter roughly explained why Kadena married Reynolds. She was forced by Reynolds and had no choice. She asked Ron to forgive her, and so on. After Ron finished reading the letter, his hands couldn't help but tremble. He clenched his fists tightly, and the letter in his hands turned into dust. Reynolds, you actually forced her. I want you to die a horrible death. Ron gritted his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot, and wisps of black fog seeped through his clothes. He was really angry. Becerra saw Ron's expression and hurriedly said, Ron, calm down. Don't be rash. That's right, Ron. That venomous manicorn knight, Ram, has been in the sacred domain for many years. You just entered the sacred domain. You have to be careful. Let's plan this carefully. Hera seemed to know what Ron wanted to do and advised him. Ron took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. What's the date today? The three girls had yet to react. Only Rainey answered in a daze. Number 3. It's today. Ron muttered to himself. His eyes looked towards the horizon, and his eyes turned into a wretched green color. The black fog around his body suddenly became thicker. Ron began chanting in a low voice. Undead from the depths of hell, in the name of Ron, I summon you. Become my strength and crush all the enemies that stand in my way. Come out, abyssal skeletal dragon. After Ron finished chanting the incantation, he let out a loud shout. With a boom, the sky suddenly darkened, and a boundless undead aura shrouded the earth like smoke, filling the entire palace. A huge spatial vortex suddenly opened, and from the space inside, an extremely huge and terrifying creature slowly emerged. That huge undead creature was more than 40 meters long and looked like a dragon. However, it had no flesh on its body and looked like a skeleton. Its body was surrounded by black flames, and its eyes were as red as evil. The bone dragon landed on the huge, round roof of the Moran royal palace. It spread its bony wings, which didn't have a trace of flesh and blood, and raised its head high, letting out a world-shaking roar. Roar! The black flames on the skeletal dragon's body flared up, and the aura of death completely spread. It was like a devil that had returned from the depths of hell, powerful, cold, cruel, and ruthless. Hera, Becerra, and Rainey were stunned. They didn't know that Ron could summon such a terrifying undead creature. What happened? Why did the sky turn dark? It's a strong martial artist from the sacred domain. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Darkness engulfed Emolan Palace, and the aura of death filled the entire place. The people in the palace were in a mess. Queen Latte was discussing something with her husband, Prince Omuni. Suddenly, Omuni's expression changed. My dear, what's going on? Queen Latte also felt the terrifying and powerful energy and asked in shock. What a powerful energy, what a powerful aura of death. The magical beast from the sacred domain, Snow Tiger Omuni, had a serious look in his eyes. Just based on this energy, I'm afraid even I am no match for it. A strong martial artist from the sacred domain. Latte was shocked. Could it be a strong martial artist from the sacred domain that came to attack us? No. Omuni shook his head. If I'm not wrong, this energy comes from your nephew who cultivates undead magic. Ron. What? Queen Latte couldn't contain her shock. Didn't he just advance to the sacred domain? How can he have such a powerful energy? Ron, what do you plan to do? Hera was frightened by the sudden appearance of this terrifying undead creature and asked stutteringly. I'm going to bring her back. Ron answered slowly. He slowly stepped onto the gigantic abyss skeletal dragon's back. The abyss skeletal dragon lowered its head as if it was welcoming its master, extremely obedient. At that moment, Ron's face revealed a hint of savagery. Reynolds, I'm going to show you the true terror of undead magic. Ron let out a long howl, matching the roar of the abyss skeletal dragon. With a kick of its legs and a sweep of its long tail, it carried Ron and rose into the sky like a sharp sword. The powerful aura of death suddenly disappeared, and everyone felt the pressure in their hearts lighten. Hera slightly heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time, she frowned again. Rainey nestled in Becerra's arms, a trace of fear on her small face. Sister Becerra, did you notice that Big Brother Ron has changed? Yes, he has changed. He has become stronger and more confident. Visera's eyes shone brightly. Don't forget, he has a heavy mission on his shoulders. In the spacious plaza, a grand wedding was being held. Both sides of the plaza were filled with people who wanted to watch the show. On both sides of the plaza, there were soldiers who were like wooden statues, coldly guarding, not allowing anyone to come close. The viewing platform in the middle was filled with distinguished guests. They were all people of high status, and there were even strong people from the sacred domain. On one side of the high seat, the principal of the Balarax Academy, Prats, was sitting upright. Beside him stood his assistant, Dabu. Below him sat two people. One was the principal of the Soaring Dragon Academy, the Golden Flying Dragon Knight, Montigat. The other was the King of Assassins, Hill, who was also the principal of the Hanses Academy. Old ghost, congratulations for nurturing such an outstanding student like Kadena. Nowadays, such a genius student is rare. Montigat said with a sigh. Prats laughed and said, "It can't be compared to your Soaring Dragon Academy. I heard that this year, you received the support of Dragon Island." It's just mutual benefit. Montigat said, "Many of our students are also working for Dragon Island." Dragon Island was the #1 power in the Noah continent. Montigat felt proud to work for Dragon Island. The King of Assassins, Hill, sat at the side motionlessly and didn't join in the conversation. Montigat said, "Looks like Ram is really generous this time." Not only did he invite the strong people from the sacred domain from the 3 great academies of the Roland Empire, he even invited the principals of the Thunder Academy and Aeolus Academy. They're all good friends of Ram. Gue said that Renault is also the direct disciple of the Thunder Academy's principal, Lettrel. Oh, Prats looked at a fat old man and a skinny middle-aged man sitting on the other side and lightly nodded. As if they felt the gaze of Prats and the others, Thunder Academy's principal, Lettrel, and Aeolus Academy's principal, Storm, also looked over and nodded at them with a friendly smile. Prats and Montigat also nodded at them as a form of greeting. There was another person sitting at the head. This person's strength had already reached the sacred domain. However, this wasn't important. What was important was that her identity and the power behind her wasn't simple. She was a saint wizard from the Orc Empire, Miss Morin. At this moment, she had already been promoted from a great wizard to a saint wizard. As the representative of the Orc Empire, she came to attend the ceremony. Morin sat there and didn't talk to anyone. She even ignored some of the strong people from the sacred domain. She was like a quiet orchid in an empty valley. His Majesty King Doro has arrived. Following the Imperial Guard's command, the entire audience quieted down, and the soldiers half knelt down with a schwa sound. "Welcome His Majesty Doro." As the Doro soldiers shouted in unison, a figure suddenly appeared on the long red carpet. It was Ram. Lam was wearing the king's robe that symbolized the Doro kingdom. He had a smile on his face as he slowly walked forward. Every step he took was very firm, showing that he had a very high level of cultivation. He looked like an unsheathed sword. Prats frowned. "What? King Doro? When did Ram become the King of Doro?" This was the first time Montigat heard this news. He was also stunned. "No way. Ram is the King of Doro." According to my information, that guy became the King of Doro a few days ago. At this time, the Silent Hill laughed. Just a few days ago, he launched a coup and overthrew the Doro royal family and became a king. "Yes, that's it," Montigat softly said. "Oh, for experts of a sacred domain like them, this wasn't a big deal. With strength, they could naturally change all the rules as long as they wanted to." Montigat faintly smiled. Ram becoming the King of Doro isn't necessarily a good thing. They were busy with government affairs and naturally neglected their cultivation. For experts of the sacred domain, possessing strength was the most important thing. Those worldly power, money, and beauties were like floating clouds to them. Then what about the original King of Doro? Where did he go? Pratt stared blankly as he thought of a crucial question. Where did he go? Naturally, he was sent to prison. Hill helplessly shrugged. His organization was very strict, so naturally he was very well informed. He glanced at Prats and said, "Otherwise, do you think your student who is the princess of a kingdom would be willing to marry Reynolds? What's going on here? Monty got asked. What I know is that Princess Cadena has fallen in love with another person. But as for who that person is, I haven't investigated it yet. Hill shook his head. Monty got, you know that I don't like to inquire about meaningless gossip. Oh. Monty got nodded in realization. He thoughtfully stared at Ram. I didn't expect this kid to have such a deep desire for power. Humph. Despicable and shameless person. Pratt coldly snorted, a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. He hated people who used the lives of their loved ones to threaten others. Monty got faintly smiled. Hey, old ghost, there's no need to be so angry. We're only here to observe the ceremony. There's no need to fight with Ram over such a small matter. Oomph. Pratt actually knew that he couldn't meddle in other people's affairs. Besides, there were people from the Beastman Empire watching. No matter how long his hands were, they couldn't reach into the Beastman Empire's sphere of influence. He was simply angry. Hill faintly smiled and glanced at Pratt. Old ghost Pratt. Even if you want to fight with him, you won't be able to gain any advantage. According to reliable sources, Ram had some sort of fortuitous encounter. Not only did his strength increase greatly, he even obtained a legendary sacred artifact. What? Sacred artifact? Pratt and Monagot's eyes lit up when they heard this. At this time, the king of Doro, Ram, had already walked up the stone steps to the high viewing platform. He looked around and greeted familiar people. At this time, he waved at the guard beside him. Chapter 535. At this moment, the Doro Kingdom's ceremonial group starts to play. They are wearing red robes and tall hats on their head. Huge musical instruments hang down to the ground as melodious music starts to play, welcoming the newlyweds into the venue. Under the lead of a beautiful woman, Cadena slowly walks into the venue. She is wearing a pure white wedding dress and is holding beautiful flowers in her hands. Her face is wearing light makeup, and her beautiful long hair is tied up high. She looks indescribably luxurious and dazzling. The moment Cadena appears, everyone is stunned. Not only the men, even the women are exclaiming in admiration at her beauty. Look, the bride is coming out. The bride is so beautiful. She is Her Highness Princess Cadena. But it's a pity that she is no longer Her Highness Princess. Damn it, this kind of beauty should be mine. Everyone is discussing and exclaiming in admiration from time to time. Many men shoot jealous glances at Reynolds. In fact, after marrying the beautiful as an angel Cadena, Reynolds has already become the public enemy of all the men in Doro Kingdom. But he has an arrogant and overbearing guardian father. At least within the borders of Doro Kingdom, no one dares to touch him. That moment of breathtaking also intimidates all the guests on the viewing platform. Platt's old geezer, your academy's female students are all not bad. King of Assassins Hill smiles. Looks like this Reynolds' luck with women is not bad. Monty God is also shocked by Cadena's beauty and only regains his senses after a long time. Cadena is being pulled by the middle-aged woman like a clay puppet. Her face does not have any trace of expression. Her good sister, Shea, is currently standing in the crowd with an anxious expression. Beside her is Shea, who seems to be waiting for something. The more she waits, the more disappointed her face becomes. Looks like Ron is not coming. I wrote the letter last night and sent it overnight. I am afraid that he did not receive it. Shea sighs as she quietly looks at Cadena's back. Ron, I've already done my best. Why are you going to Dragon Island? If he doesn't come back, Cadena will really marry Reynolds. At this moment, Reynolds slowly walked up with the crowd surrounding him. He was wearing a well-ironed ceremonial robe. His sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes made him look quite valiant. As one of the young talents of the Doro Kingdom, his strength had also reached the peak of the master rank. It's His Highness Prince Renaud. His Highness Prince Renaud is here. Long live Prince Reynolds. At this time, cheers came from below the grandstand. A group of people kept clapping their hands and shouting slogans. These people were all hired by Reynolds to cheer him on. With a smile on his face, Reynolds kept waving to the crowd, trying his best to create a friendly image. Unfortunately, the onlookers didn't buy it. Other than those people, No one on the huge viewing platform responded. Ram had only been in power for a few days, and he had even used bloody methods of suppression. The majority of the citizens of the Doro kingdom were still on the side of the Doro royal family. Reynolds's complexion immediately became stiff. His expression was incomparably awkward. He slowly lowered his hand and coldly snorted. With a gloomy face, he walked forward without saying a word. Ram's complexion was also unsightly. His eyes flickered with ominous glint. Damn it, these lowly commoners really don't know how to appreciate favors. Let's invite the bride and groom to the stage. Along with the ceremonial official's loud voice, the pair of newlyweds finally walked together. Reynolds and Kadena looked at each other. He gently cupped Kadena's face. Looking at her dainty and peerless face, Reynolds was so excited that his body was somewhat trembling. Even in his dreams, he had been expecting this day to come. That's great, Kadena. From today onwards, you are my wife. Kadena slowly raised her head. There was no trace of fluctuation in her eyes. She faintly said, Reynolds, you know, the one I love is not you. Perhaps you can get my body, but you will never get my heart. Reynolds, I hope you can think it over clearly. If you truly love me, then don't force me. When Reynolds heard this, he immediately flew into a rage. However, when he thought of the current situation, he still suppressed the anger in his heart. Good, very good. Kadena, even now, you're still thinking about that brat. Very good. Reynolds nodded. He was so angry that he laughed instead. His face became sinister as he fiercely said, Let me tell you, Kadena, whether it is your body or your heart, I will definitely get you today. Also, Kadena, don't forget, the lives of your father and everyone in your family are in my hands. If there is any mishap in today's wedding, you can just wait to collect their corpses. When Kadena heard this, her entire body trembled. Then she fell silent. The two's conversation was very quiet. Even the people closest to them might not necessarily hear it. From afar, it was just like a pair of lovers whispering to each other. Hee hee, Your Excellency Ram, look at the two of them. What a match made in heaven. At this time, Thunder Academy's headmaster, Headmaster Lettrel, who was sitting on the viewing platform, said to Ram. Ram said with a smile, Then I have to thank Headmaster Lettrel for his nurturing. This brat has always made me worry since he was young. Hee hee. The two of them laughed. At this time, Reynolds smiled. He gently pinched one of Kadena's lily-white hands and said with a smile, Dear, let's go up. Kadena didn't struggle. She could only let him pull her. As if she was already obedient, she walked up the viewing platform step by step. On the viewing platform, the wedding officiator was already standing there. He was a benevolent old man. He was dressed in a pure white priest's robe. He wore a cross on his chest and held a scripture in his hand. He was Archbishop Bostine. He was invited by Ram to officiate the wedding of Reynolds and Kadena. At this time, Reynolds pulled Kadena to stand in front of Archbishop Bostine. Reynolds said with a smile, Hello, Your Excellency. We can begin. May God's glory always shine upon you. Archbishop Bostine, who came from the Holy See, crossed himself. Archbishop Bostine looked at the pair of newlyweds and nodded with satisfaction. Your Highness Prince Reynolds, Miss Kadena, I want to ask the two of you the same question. This is a very long question. Please listen patiently before answering. Archbishop Bostine looked at Reynolds and said with a smile, Your Highness Prince Reynolds, are you willing to take Miss Kadena as your wife? Lie with her according to God's will? Become one with her before God? Love her, comfort her, respect her, and protect her as you love yourself. Regardless of whether she is sick or healthy, rich or poor, you will always be faithful to her until she leaves this world? I am willing, Reynolds replied loudly. He straightened his chest, and his voice was exceptionally loud. Archbishop Bostine nodded with satisfaction. He looked at Kadena and said, Beautiful Kadena, are you willing to take His Highness Prince Reynolds as your wife? Live with him according to God's will? Become one with him before God? Love him, comfort him, respect him, and protect him as you love yourself. Regardless of whether he is sick or healthy, rich or poor, you will always be faithful to him until he leaves this world? Bostine said benevolently. As he spoke, he unknowingly emitted a holy light. For a moment, All eyes were gathered on Kadena. As long as Kadena said the words, "I am willing," the wedding would be complete. I, I. Kadena's lips trembled and her body involuntarily trembled. At this moment, Ron's face appeared in her mind. She closed her eyes and 2 lines of clear tears slid down her cheeks. The 3 words, "I do," weighed as much as Qianjun to her, and she couldn't say it at all. Basti knitted his brows and exchanged glances with Reynolds. He finally reacted quickly and repeated what he said just now, giving Kadena plenty of time to think. But Kadena bit her lips and couldn't say those words for a long time. At this moment, the onlookers could also see that the beautiful Princess Kadena didn't want to marry him at all. A toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Reynolds, you should give up on this idea as soon as possible. You don't deserve Princess Kadena at all. The surrounding onlookers booed. Even though Ram had already become the king of the Kingdom of Doro in name, many people still missed the previous dynasty. For a moment, all kinds of strange discussions rang out and entered everyone's ears. Reynolds' expression was very unsightly, but he still waited patiently. However, his eyes were full of urging. Headmaster Lettrel of the Thunder Academy and Storm of the Wind God Academy looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. Ram's face suddenly became gloomy. As a noble of the sacred domain, he couldn't back down in front of everyone if Kadena rejected him in public. At this moment, a trace of killing intent flashed in his deep eye sockets for the first time towards Kadena. At this moment, Holy Wizard Morin remembered the first time the girl and Ron met. Her heart skipped a beat as if she understood something. She smiled and pretended to be casual. "Sir Ram, it seems like the bride isn't too willing. How about we postpone the wedding and let her go back and think about it?" Lam finally couldn't hold it in any longer. He stood up, smiled stiffly, and said, "Katina, you and Reynolds have been childhood sweethearts since you were young. You grew up together, so your relationship is naturally very good. I understand your nervousness, but I advise you to think about it carefully. Don't make a mistake." After saying some threatening words, Ram sat down. However, his energy was still firmly locked onto Kadena, giving her constant pressure. Shaya's hand was already tightly pressed on the portal bag on her waist. Her body couldn't stop trembling. She wanted to rush up and take Kadena away, but she knew her limits. She didn't have the confidence to take Kadena away from this place in front of Ram. Everyone held their breaths as they waited for Kadena's reply. At this moment, the king of assassins, Hill, suddenly slapped his thigh, giving Platts, and Monty got a fright. "What's wrong? You're always so jumpy." Monty got complained. "I remember now. Who is the person that Katina fell in love with?" Hill seemed to have realized something. "You two know this person too. Who is it?" Platts and Monty got asked in unison. At this moment, Kadena's tears kept pouring out. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes in resignation. She was about to blurt out a sentence. "I'm willing, I don't agree." At this moment, a thunderous voice sounded, causing everyone's heart to tremble. It was too late to say it, but in the blink of an eye, a black light flashed and whistled. Reynolds' expression changed. "Be careful." Bang! A white bone spear pierced deeply into his flesh. Archbishop Bastien looked at the bone spear in front of his chest in disbelief. He didn't even see how the other party attacked before he met with the misfortune of death. "How did this happen?" Archbishop Bastien said unwillingly, the most pornographic novel. In the end, his body fell down with a bang, becoming the first person to be sacrificed. An honorable Archbishop Guangming priest, a master powerhouse, was killed in an instant. Murder! A scream sounded. For a moment, the entire viewing platform was in chaos. The residents below were in chaos. Everyone screamed and ran away. The scene was chaotic. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Quick, protect His Highness Reynolds. Some soldiers loyal to Ram and his son rushed to the viewing platform as if to protect them. Even the powerhouses of the sacred domain on the viewing platform stood up and looked at the sky in the distance. At this moment, a black cloud-like behemoth appeared in the sky, bringing with it endless death and slaughter. It was an extremely huge beast. It had a pair of huge wings and was surrounded by black flames. The terrifying aura that enveloped the entire city was filled with violence, madness, and a trace of strangeness. The people on the ground widened their eyes in horror as they looked at the terrifying creature in the sky. Dragon. That's a dragon. A soldier said with his eyes wide open in horror. Oh my God, how could it be a dragon? That's not a dragon, but it looks like a dragon's skeleton. Another soldier said, Look, there's a person standing on the dragon's back. Is it a dragon knight? At this moment, everyone's eyes swept towards the young man standing on the dragon's back. Ron. When they saw the young man on the dragon's back, Ram, Prats, Monty Gott, Hill, and Morin were shocked. Who else could it be but Ron? Ron, it's actually you? You're ruining my wedding again. Reynolds' eyes were about to spit fire. It was this Ron again. He actually messed up the wedding venue. Reynolds, you want to marry Kadena? Did you ask me? Ron laughed and waved his hand. To tell you the truth, Kadena is my woman. No one can take her away from me. Ron, you're finally here. Shaya's eyes were filled with tears. Ron had finally arrived at the wedding venue at the last moment. He did it. He finally did it. Kadena's face was filled with surprise. Tears flowed down her cheeks. This time, they were tears of joy. My husband is a noble dragon knight. He was a man of indomitable spirit. He had a head of beautiful golden hair, wore noble armor, and held a long dragon spear in his hand. At my wedding, he rode a huge fire-breathing flying dragon, stepping on a multicolored light as he appeared from the horizon to marry me. Ron silently repeated the words that Kadena had said to him. She had only said these words to him once, but they were deeply imprinted in his mind. Kadena, I finally fulfilled my promise to you. Today Ron, Grand Magus Necromancer, rode an abyssal bone dragon to marry my bride. Kadena, you belong to me. From now on, there's no power that can separate us. Chapter 536. The abyssal skeletal dragon flapped its huge wings and slowly approached. A terrifying aura of death enveloped the entire area. In an instant, the sky darkened. At this time, everyone finally saw the appearance of that huge life form and became panic-stricken. Heavens! Such a terrifying power. Just what is it? Why do I feel a sense of death in my heart? Is it my misconception? Not good. It's a powerhouse from the sacred domain. Run. This was the first time an abyssal skeletal dragon had appeared on the Noah continent. Its appearance caused great panic among the people. The weak couldn't bear the pressure that enveloped their hearts and retreated one after another. Morin opened her eyes wide in astonishment. Is this really Ron? His strength has actually reached the sacred domain? No, he's not a dragon knight. A soldier of the Doro kingdom suddenly shouted. I remember now, he's a necromancer, one of those necromancers that summon skeletons to fight. No way. Necromancer? Something that only looks impressive. Another soldier said, That's right, necromancers don't have any power. The skeletons they summon are just for show. A soldier at the side said, Seeing the skeletal dragon flying in the sky, some people sighed in relief. Since it was a necromancer, then it would be easy to deal with. Necromancers were the most trashy profession on the Noah continent. There was nothing to be afraid of. But what's with that powerful aura? At this time, a soldier thought for a bit and asked, It's most likely a bluff. Another soldier said, half believing and half doubting. That skeletal dragon is definitely not for show. On the viewing platform, the Soaring Dragon Academy's dean, the golden flying dragon knight Montego, stood up and stared at Ron. The thick beard on his chin trembled as he revealed a dignified expression. It carries a powerful aura of death and has the strength of the sacred domain. It's even not below my golden flying dragon. Ron is a necromancer. The dean of the Hans Academy, the king of assassins, smiled. Of course, he's not a necromancer in the common sense, but a true necromancer. I didn't expect his strength to finally reach the sacred domain. This bone dragon is proof of that. As he spoke, he glanced at Platz, the headmaster of Ballarak's academy. If I remember correctly, he should be only 20 years old, right? Not bad. Platz gently stroked his sparse white beard and looked at Ron as if he was looking at a proud work of art. So this is a necromancer from the sacred domain? Being able to summon such a bone dragon is indeed very interesting. Old man, Ron and Kadena are both students of Ballarak's Academy. What should we do now? It was clear that Ram had forced Kadena to marry his son. Now that Ron had returned with the strength of the sacred domain, Platts could not stay out of this. This meant that the two of them would not be spared. Pratt smiled. Let's wait and see. Who is this person? The power he uses is very strange. I've never seen it before. Lettrel, the headmaster of Thunder Academy, frowned and glanced at Ram. Ram coldly snorted. He's just a little bastard who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He's a necromancer who just advanced to the sacred domain, and he's already showing off. What? Necromancer? Storm, the headmaster of Wind God Academy, was shocked. He's the trashiest profession in history. A necromancer who can summon skeletons to do battle? The undead he summons is actually so powerful? I don't believe it. He's an ancient necromancer. He cultivates the legendary necromancy magic. Ram's lips curled into a cold smile. Although his strength has already reached the sacred domain, he's still not my match. In a while, I'll let him know that even though we're both in the sacred domain, there's still a huge difference in strength. Oh, he just advanced to the sacred domain? Lettrel casually glanced at Ron. He's indeed a genius for advancing to the sacred domain at such a young age. However, a genius is a genius. But in front of us, he's still too inexperienced. Ram, you're right. It's not time for him to be arrogant. Lettrel and Ram were both sacred domain experts who had been famous for a long time. Compared to those who had just advanced to the sacred domain, they were many times stronger. Storm of Wind God Academy chuckled. Sir Ram, if you need help, just say the word. I've been annoyed with this kid ever since he came. I'll teach him how to behave properly later. Knowing that the other party was a kid who had just entered the sacred domain, Storm naturally wouldn't give up the opportunity to beat him up. No need. Lom smiled, waved his hand, and said, My two friends, I appreciate your kind intentions, but as for this stinking brat, I can deal with him alone. He came at the right time. My new holy sword hasn't shed any blood yet, so I can use him as a sacrifice. Ha ha ha. Reynolds' face became extremely distorted. He stared at Ron as if he was about to spit fire. Ron, today is Kadena and my big day. What are you trying to do by coming here to ruin it? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you've reached the sacred domain. Open your dog eyes and look carefully. You're not the only sacred domain expert here. Ron sneered and said rudely, Reynolds, who do you think you are? What right do you have to talk to me? You're just relying on your father's strength in the sacred domain to intimidate me. Ron's words poked at Reynolds' sore spot. No one would be able to stand being slapped in the face in front of so many people. Reynolds' handsome face turned the color of a pig's liver. His lips trembled, and he was unable to speak. Ram knew that he had to stand up and say something. He slowly stood up and took a step forward. A powerful aura was instantly released, and his robe fluttered even though there was no wind. Ron, today is my son and Kadena's big day. It's also a grand occasion for the Kingdom of Doro. How many experts are here to watch the ceremony? Don't you think you're going too far by causing trouble here? Ron laughed and said coldly, Going too far? I really don't know who's going too far. Kadena and I are truly in love. But you, venomous manticore knight Ram, you imprisoned the King of Doro, seized his throne, and even threatened to marry his daughter to your own son. Ram, as a powerhouse of the sacred domain and the guardian of the Kingdom of Doro, do you even know how to write the word shame? Many people were clear about these matters, but none of them dared to say it out loud. But Ron exposed his hypocritical face in front of so many people, making Ram unable to raise his head in front of so many experts. At this moment, Ram's face was completely gloomy. His eyes shone with a frightening, ominous glint, as if he wanted to tear Ron to shreds. At this time, Kadena suddenly moved. A trace of water element fluctuation appeared on her body. This was the sign that the magic teleport was about to be released. What are you doing? Reynolds was startled and flew into a rage. He reached out and grabbed, interrupting Kadena's casting and forcibly pulling her back. Let go of me. I want to find Ron. Kadena struggled, But how could she break free from Reynolds's large hands that were like iron clamps? Damn, you slut, you actually want to find that brat. Let me tell you, Kadena, you are destined to be my woman. You're not allowed to take even a single step. Reynolds roared. Kadena. The commotion here naturally couldn't escape Ron's notice. His eyes swept over. Let go of me. You're hurting me. Kadena shouted. At this moment, she seemed to have gone mad, kicking and biting Reynolds. Ron, quickly come and save me. Kadena couldn't break free and could only ask Ron for help. You little bitch. Reynolds was caught off guard and was bitten by Kadena. He immediately flew into a rage. He raised his hand and was about to scratch Kadena's flawless face. Suddenly, Reynolds heard his father's anxious voice. Reynolds, watch out. Reynolds only saw a blur in front of him. He didn't know when Ron's figure appeared in front of him. He saw him pull Kadena into his arms. At the same time, he waved his hand and a black mist flashed in his palm. White bone cage. A cage made of bones that was taller than a person suddenly stretched out from the ground. Like the devil's claws, it firmly locked Reynolds inside. What's worse was that the white bone cage was densely packed with sharp bone spikes. They were like sharp knives, piercing into his body and causing him to bleed profusely. Ouch! Reynolds howled in pain. Dozens of bone spikes suddenly pierced through his body. Although he desperately resisted with the flame armor, there were still dozens of bone spikes that pierced into his arms and thighs. Although they weren't vital parts, it was enough to make him want to die. Bastard brat, don't hurt my son. Reynolds's father, Ram, was like an angry lion. He fiercely pounced over and punched at Ron. Bang! A loud sound was heard, but Ron missed his target. Ron's body turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Even Kadena was nowhere to be seen. On top, Ram suddenly raised his head and narrowed his eyes. In the blink of an eye, Ron's figure had already appeared on the bone dragon's back. Kadena was also with him. Their speed was incomparable. This brat is so fast. Seeing this scene, Ram couldn't help but be shocked. In a competition of speed, he obviously suffered a hidden disadvantage. Ron, Kadena cried and threw herself into Ron's arms. It's okay, it's okay. Ron gently hugged her and comforted her in a soft voice. At this moment, Reynolds also broke free from the control of the bone cage. But at this moment, his whole body was covered in blood. His gorgeous groom's clothes also had holes in them. Ron limped over to his father's side. His eyes were filled with hatred. He, his father, and the entire Doro kingdom would be ridiculed by the entire Noah continent. It would be a lie to say that he didn't hate Ron. Father, kill him. You must kill him for me. Reynolds roared. This brat, I don't want to see him alive in this world. You don't need to say that. Ram coldly said. He took a deep breath and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Ron, you must die today. I definitely won't allow you to leave the Doro kingdom alive. Finished speaking, he waved his hand and a hexagram summoning magic array slowly opened on the ground. A huge poison scorpion lion jumped out from it and roared. Its body was a size smaller than the bone dragon, but it was extremely strong. Its muscles bulged, and it emitted a ferocious aura like that of a ferocious beast. At the same time, Ram reached into his space bag, and a black longsword appeared in his hand. That was a sword-type sacred tool. It emitted a powerful aura. This sacred sword was called Bloodthirsty King. It had the ability to absorb blood. It could kill and injure the opponent and use the opponent's blood to replenish its own strength. It was incomparably powerful. Haha, His Majesty is really angry. This time, the guy who only looks impressive is going to be in trouble. A soldier laughed gloatingly. Let's take a good look at how that dragon-like skeleton fights. Another soldier chuckled. Ron's hand flashed, and the dragonbone staff appeared in his hand. His black necromancer robe fluttered and his eyes burned with fighting spirit. Come, Ram. You and your son Renault have repeatedly caused trouble for me. Today, I'll settle the old and new grudges together. Go to hell. Ram's eyes shone brightly. The poison scorpion lion beneath him roared and flapped its wings, rising into the air. Unlike Ron, he was a true knight. With the poison scorpion lion as his mount, his strength was greatly increased. With the addition of the sacred sword, Bloodthirsty King, Ram's strength far surpassed the average powerhouse of the sacred domain. It was no wonder that he had the confidence to kill Ron on the spot. Come! Ron's eyes turned dark green. He waved his staff, and the abyssal bone dragon roared and pressed its huge body down. Boom! The two beasts collided with each other and exploded with a deafening sound. The ground shook, and the entire viewing platform began to collapse. How is this possible? It was a miscalculation, a complete miscalculation. Apart from those who already knew Ron's background, no one had expected that this skeleton thing would actually erupt with such powerful combat strength. Not only did it block Ram's attack, it even seemed to have the upper hand. Impossible! Ram's eyes widened in shock. He saw the huge bone dragon's claws pressing against the tip of his sword. Ron had only used the strength of a single bone dragon to block his and the poison scorpion lion's joint attack. A single bone dragon was actually this strong. How is this possible? Is this a necromancer? That bone dragon's combat strength is comparable to a real dragon. Too scary. Everyone watching below was stunned, including Thunder Academy's Lettrel and the others. They were all shocked by this huge creature. This was a bone dragon, a real undead creature. It wasn't the skeleton summoned by the necromancers of the Noah continent. That bone dragon truly had the strength of the sacred domain. And this necromancer wasn't some trash profession. He was mysterious, powerful, and terrifying. He wasn't weaker than any sacred domain expert. He might even be stronger than them. Facing this completely unknown power, the powerhouses of the sacred domain who came to watch the ceremony were stunned. The soldiers of the Doro kingdom panicked. They scattered in all directions, and the situation began to spiral out of control. Ram, I overestimated you. I didn't think you couldn't even defeat the abyssal bone dragon I summoned. Since that's the case, die. Chapter 537. Black Flame's Dragon Breath. The dragon breath spat out by the bone dragon was extremely hot. Those black flames were jumping around like maggots attached to bones. Once they were touched, they would not be able to escape. The tyrannical power of the bone dragon greatly shocked Ram. He rode on the poison scorpion lion and quickly retreated. His body was burned by the black flames, and he was in an extremely sorry state. The sacred domain, also known as the Grand Necromancer Magus, was the critical point of the necromancer profession. Once they broke through, their strength would increase exponentially. When they could summon a bone dragon, they would far surpass other professions. Only now did Ron understand this point. He was only at the early stage of the sacred domain. Just a bone dragon was able to beat Ram, who was at the mid-stage of the sacred domain, into such a sorry state. Pratt, Monty got, and Hill exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with shock. Ron's strength was far beyond their imagination. Is he really an expert who has just advanced to the sacred domain? Hill muttered, Ron, you have finally reached the sacred domain. You are indeed very powerful. You did not disappoint me. Morin's beautiful eyes flickered. She was deeply impressed by Ron's strength. Ron, you are so powerful. Kadena opened her beautiful eyes wide. She quietly stared at the bone dragon. The bone dragon displayed its might. Ram and his poison scorpion lion were not its match. Your strength has actually reached such a level. Of course. Ron faintly smiled and said, if I did not have this strength, the one who would die today would be me. He paused for a moment before continuing. But even if I die, I will save you, Ron said resolutely. Ron. Kadena was moved. She threw herself into Ron's embrace and tightly hugged him. Only after a while did she let go. Kadena looks at Ram with intense hatred in her eyes. Ron, you must help me kill him. In order to seize the Doro kingdom, he killed many of my family members. Don't worry, you won't live past today. Ron's eyes flashed with killing intent. Impossible. Impossible. Ron has only just advanced to the sacred domain. How can he be so powerful? Ram held the black, bloodthirsty king long sword in his hand. The light of the holy sword completely covered him, and together with his mount, the poison scorpion lion, he exploded with a powerful strength. Unfortunately, no matter how he struggled, he was at a disadvantage. The abyssal bone dragon summoned by the Grand Necromancer was just too powerful. Roar. The bone dragon let out a long roar as it spread its wings and pounced towards Ram. As it breathed out its dragon breath, a tyrannical black flame burned the horizon. Gravity confinement. Llama made up his mind and let out a loud roar. A powerful aura soared into the sky, and a black earth power burst out from his body. At this moment, Ram used his domain. What? He actually forced Ram to use his domain? Thunder Academy's headmaster Lettrel frowned. This youth's strength isn't simple. Wind God Academy's headmaster Storm said in a deep voice, I'm afraid we'll have to make a move soon. The two looked at each other and saw a trace of tacit understanding in each other's eyes. The three of them were close friends. Just like Platts, Montego, and Hill, they formed a small group or a small alliance. In the alliance, they would advance and retreat together. It was very simple. If you didn't help others this time, others wouldn't help you next time. Then this so-called alliance could only be disbanded. Finally using your domain? But unfortunately, it's useless. Ron coldly smiled. He waved his right hand, and the eyes of the dragon head on the dragon bone staff lit up. Death coil. Countless blue soul strands condensed into a cloud of smoke that constantly drifted. Within the smoke, a sinister skull could faintly be seen. Death coil was a forbidden spell recorded in the Book of Death. It didn't belong to the category of necromancy magic, but rather came from a higher level of comprehension. After Ron obtained the Book of Death, he had a deeper understanding of Death Coil. The Death Coil he used this time was even more powerful than before. As Ram's domain expanded, Death Coil twisted like a snake. It was like an illusory smoke that shuttled back and forth within Ram's domain. How is this possible? Ram was completely stunned. He stared blankly as that blue smoke rapidly approached. That wasn't a physical smoke. It was formed from Ron's consciousness and couldn't be resisted by physical attacks. Bang! The blue smoke smashed into Ram's face, followed by a miserable cry. That sound was like a howl from hell, incomparably miserable. His soul suffered a heavy blow from Ron, causing him to spurt out blood. Then, Ram fell down like a meteor. Father. Renault's guts were torn apart. Cough, cough, cough. Ram clutched his chest in pain. His mouth was full of blood, and his eyes were filled with fatigue. Everything was over. Seeing this scene, everyone sighed in their hearts. Yes, Ram was defeated. The tyrannical venomous scorpion lion knight was defeated. Although he was unwilling to admit it, Ram had indeed lost to Ron, who was only at the initial level of the sacred domain. Ram used his hand to support his holy sword and stood up shakily, almost falling down. He slowly raised his head, calmly looking at Ron, who was slowly descending from the sky. His face carried a trace of fear. Thud, thud. Renault knelt in front of Thunder Academy's Dean Lettrel, sobbing as he pleaded, Sir Dean, please save my father. Lettrel looked at the distant Ron and silently nodded. Ram, your time of death has come. Ron's face didn't have the slightest trace of emotion as he calmly said, Little bastard, I should have killed you long ago. Ram gnashed his teeth and said. At this moment, he was so regretful that his intestines were turning green. If he had cast aside all his worries and killed Ron earlier, all these things wouldn't have happened. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance anymore. Ron faintly smiled and said, Originally, I didn't have any grudges with you. Today's consequences were all brought upon by you. With a wave of the dragon bone staff, a light green mass of air instantly formed. This was the death coil from earlier. When Ram saw it, his expression immediately changed. Stop! At this time, a shout was heard. It was Thunder Academy's Dean Lettrel. He walked forward with a gloomy face. Kid, don't go too far, right? Don't tell me you still want to kill? Wind God Academy's Storm also fiercely said. Who are you? Ron looked at the two sacred domain powerhouses in front of him and frowned slightly. Thunder Academy's Dean Lettrel. Wind God Academy's Dean Storm. At this time, Lettrel's expression relaxed, and he said amiably, Sir Ron, you've already done enough. Since you've already saved the people you should save, you should leave. Reynolds was startled when he heard this. Dean Lettrel immediately waved his hand and stopped Reynolds from speaking. He smiled and said, Sir Ron, if we shed all pretenses of cordiality, it won't be good for anyone. How about we stop here? At this time, Lettrel and Storm both stepped forward and released an invisible pressure. They stood together with Ram, protecting him in the middle. This meant that if they shed all pretenses of cordiality, they would join hands to attack Ron. In addition to Ram, who was injured but still able to fight, there were a total of 3 Sacred Domain powerhouses. 3 against 1. Ron, who was only at the initial stage of the Saint stage, didn't have much a chance of winning. Just as the two of them were confident that Ron would back down under the pressure of the two of them suddenly stopped. Ron coldly smiled and rolled his eyes. Who do you think you are? You think you have the qualifications to tell me to stop? What? Facing Ron's merciless reprimand, Lettrel and Storm simply couldn't believe their ears. They had seen arrogant people before, but never to this extent. Facing the pressure of 3 Sacred Domain powerhouses, Ron actually chose to resist. Ron, don't go too far, Lettrel shouted coldly. There's a limit to my patience. Ron coldly smiled and stretched out 3 fingers. Today, I came here mainly for 3 things. First, release the house of King Doro and return the throne to King Doro. Second, declare the marriage between Reynolds and Kadena invalid. Third, Ron paused and swept his gaze towards Ram and Reynolds, his eyes revealing deep killing intent. Ram and his son must die. Ron's words were earth-shattering, shocking everyone. A Sacred Domain powerhouse threatening to kill another Sacred Domain powerhouse. This was rarely seen in the Noah continent. Lettrel was truly angered. Good, very good. Ron, since you've said so, I won't be polite. Prepare to suffer the wrath of the 3 of us. Ron contemptuously smiled. Only 3? Even if there are more than 2, I'm not afraid. Whoever wants to stand up for Ram and his son, step forward. I'll settle it in one go. As he spoke, he swept his gaze towards the viewing platform. Among the guests, there was no lack of Sacred Domain powerhouses. The entire viewing platform quieted down. Many of the guests were Ram's close friends, some of whom had even adventured in other planes while carrying out missions. However, when they saw the abyssal bone dragon roaring in the sky, they hesitated. At this moment, Pratt faintly smiled. Ron, you're the most promising student in our academy, and also a necromancy instructor. Our Balarax Academy will naturally stand on your side. Sir Dean, Ron smiled. He had a good impression of Pratt's. When he was weak, Pratt had protected him. Forgive Ron for not being able to salute you, but this student can still deal with such a small matter. Sir Dean, please stand to the side and watch. Pratt faintly smiled. He stood up and slowly walked to the side. Montgot and Hill also stood up and followed Pratt to the side, drawing a clear line between them and Ram. Ron. Miss Morin leisurely stood up and said to Ron, in terms of personal friendship, I naturally should stand with you, but today, I'm representing the Beastman Empire, so I declare my neutrality. Thank you, Miss Morin. Ron has the ability to deal with it. Ron faintly smiled and lightly nodded. Hearing that the Beastman Empire was neutral, the other Sacred Domain powerhouses' minds also became active. They all stood on the side of neutrality and watched the show, not helping either side. Lettrel's expression was very ugly. This way, only the 2 of them would fight alongside Ram. Ron's eyes contained a cold intent, and he loudly said, the 2 of you, today I swear to kill Ram and his son. If you don't step aside, don't blame me for being impolite. Lettrel angrily said, what an arrogant brat. Come if you have the ability. I don't believe that you can deal with the 3 of us by yourself. Ron's eyes were filled with killing intent as he waved his staff. Those who block me will die. Chapter 538. Headmaster Lettrel of Thunder Academy was a swordsman. To be more precise, he was a sword saint. However, his weapon wasn't a sword, but rather a 2-handed sledgehammer. Just like a paladin, his tall stature complemented the dark gold sledgehammer perfectly. He cultivated in the power of lightning, which was relatively rare in the Noah continent. The dean of the Aeolus Academy, Storm, was a thief, a saint-level thief who had been bestowed with the title of Killing Saint. He wielded 2 small daggers in his hands that flickered like vipers. Thieves were also the nemesis of mages. To these classes that didn't have any armor, Once a thief got close to them, they would die without a grave. In their opinion, the three of them working together was more than enough to deal with Ron, who had just entered the sacred domain. Although the other party's strength was incomparably strange, as long as they were careful, they could always deal with him. Terror Knight, Skeleton Magus, Skeleton Hero. Ron summoned a large number of undead creatures in a single breath. In an instant, numerous undead creatures drilled out from the ground. Countless gargoyles also appeared in the sky. In addition to the terrifying abyssal skeletal dragon, they formed a huge undead army. Be careful, these undead creatures aren't simple at all, Ram loudly warned. He had long since put away his contempt for Ron. The heavy iron hooves of the Terror Knight stomped on the ground, emitting a dull thud. The Skeleton Magus condensed magic and shot magic into the air one after another. At this time, the densely packed Skeleton Hero also began to charge. The powerful abyssal skeletal dragon breathed out a powerful dragon breath. Kill! Lettrel, Storm, and Ram shouted. The three of them shot out like arrows and madly pounced on the undead army. Thunder's Fury, a huge two-handed sledgehammer, slammed into the ground, bursting into beautiful sparks. The chaotic electricity crackled as the surrounding undead creatures were electrocuted into charcoal in an instant. With Lettrel's strength, ordinary skeleton warriors couldn't cause him any trouble. Meanwhile, Storm shuttled through the undead army. His target wasn't the undead creatures. Instead, he was looking for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Ron. Ram, on the other hand, held back the abyssal skeletal dragon and fought against the most terrifying undead creature in the history of the Noah continent. The intense battle shook the surroundings. Even the viewing platform began to collapse. Huge rocks were swept up by the force and rose into the air. Other than those from the sacred domain, all the powerhouses had retreated far away. If they were not careful, they would be drawn into the vortex of battle and be ground into nothingness by the powerful domain power. The battle reached its climax as soon as it began. Ram and the other two joined forces, and with the same powerful sacred domain strength, they slowly regained the advantage they had lost. As the undead creatures disappeared one by one, the situation became more and more unfavorable for Ron. Seeing Ron fail, Kadena couldn't help but worry. Seems like it's still too much. Hill, the King of Hope, shook his head. Old geezer, do you think we should go and help him? Huh, since when did you become so enthusiastic? Platz raised his eyes slightly and looked at Hill in surprise. Then, he glanced at Ron and muttered, "Don't worry, Ron should be able to hold on for a while. Let's wait and see. Don't act rashly." Intense hatred shot out from Renault's eyes. He hated Ron for destroying everything he had. To him, Kadena was his everything. Renault wanted to tear Ron into pieces, but he didn't have the ability to intervene in the battle between the powerhouses of the sacred domain. He could only watch helplessly. "Ron, I will definitely kill you. Not only that, your family and friends will all be buried with you. Just you wait." Renault swore in his heart. However, Renault didn't know that Ron's mother was one of the dragons. If he knew, he wouldn't have dared to kill anyone on Dragon Island, even if he had 10 times the courage. "Ha ha ha, Ron, in the end, you're still not a match for the three of us." Apart from the abyssal black dragon, when the last undead creature turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared, Ram saw that the situation was already set and laughed wildly. Laerdal sneered and waved his sledgehammer. "Hee hee, you want to surrender? Unfortunately, you won't have a chance. You have offended the three of us. Today you are destined to die. Hee hee, is that so?" Ron sneered. "Then I will let you see my true strength." At this time, Ron's eyes suddenly turned purple. That was the sign that his soul force had reached its peak. He raised his dragonbone staff and a powerful aura pressed down. Death Decay. This was the second undead spell recorded in the Book of Death. It was also the result of Ron's latest comprehension. It was extremely powerful and couldn't be compared to the strengthened version of Death Coil. As soon as Death Decay was used, the space began to surge. It was as if a demon had descended. The whole world was filled with an intense aura of death. Boom! 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 On the ground, a black mist appeared. With Ron as the center, it continuously spread out. The aura of death was filled with a depraved and corrosive aura. It was like a plague that polluted the whole space. For a moment, an earth-shattering aura of death emerged and squeezed towards the center. It was like a terrifying beast that was devouring the world and shattering space. Wherever the black mist went, the flowers and grass withered. The ground seemed to have been polluted and turned into black blocks. Traces of cyan smoke seeped out. The bright sky also darkened, and the air was filled with an intense aura of death. As soon as death decay was used, the whole viewing platform turned into a world of death. Even the powerhouses of the sacred domain, who were watching from the periphery, retreated one after another for fear of being affected. On the contrary, the remaining undead creatures within the range of death decay had obtained huge benefits. Their injured bodies were as good as new, and their exhausted fighting strength was restored. All the undead creatures opened their mouths and greedily inhaled the aura of death around them. Careful! The expressions of Letril, Ram, and the others changed. The power of the spell Ron used was far beyond their imagination. This was the power of death that had comprehended a higher law. Earth Armor, Thunder Shield, Phantom Doppelganger. In a moment of desperation, the three powerhouses of the sacred domain used their strongest defensive skills to resist the terrifying aura of death. Ram's body was covered in a thick layer of black armor. This was the strongest defense formed by earth elemental energy. At this moment, he looked like a steel giant wearing heavy armor. Ram expanded his domain to the maximum, strenuously resisting the corrosive aura of death coming from outside. At this time, Ram felt the earth armor tremble slightly. Crack! A tiny crack appeared on the armor of earth. The crack spread out like a spider web, and soon, it spread all over his body. Not good. Ram's expression changed greatly. At this moment, it was too late for him to dodge. He was in the range of death decay and had nowhere to run. Not only Ram, but even Letril and Storm were in the same situation. Their defensive power was shattered, especially Storm, who had the weakest defensive power. A strong corrosive aura of death had already spread to his body, making sizzling sounds. Seeing the three powerhouses completely suppressed by death decay, Ron's lips curled into a smile. Don't kill me. Letril was extremely regretful at this moment. If he had known that the other party was so powerful, he wouldn't have gotten involved in the first place. Now, in order to stand up for his friend, he had paid with his life. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Die. Ron didn't have the slightest bit of mercy. He expanded death decay to the maximum, and death decay suddenly expanded, engulfing the three powerhouses in an instant. The onlookers were dumbfounded. They were shocked by Ron's tyrannical power. The monstrous power created by death withering was even more powerful than the power of elemental magic forbidden spells. For the first time, they experienced the true terror of necromancy magic. It was a power filled with depravity, death, strangeness, mystery, terror, and darkness. It could devour the heavens and devour the earth, exterminate everything, corrode everything, and destroy everything. Clang, clang. With Ron as the core, the surrounding area became deathly silent. The entire viewing platform was flattened. Wherever the black fog went, not even a blade of grass grew. Countless rocks slid down and fell to the ground, turning into a pile of powder. It's over. Looking at the place where the death decay had wreaked havoc, everyone secretly sighed in relief. However, they all had the same question in their minds. Were those people still alive? The black fog gradually dissipated, revealing the true appearance inside. At a glance, everyone was stunned. There were several weapons and armors scattered on the ground, which were used by the three powerhouses. Apart from Ram's bloodthirsty king, one-handed sword, everything else had been corroded beyond recognition. The corpses of the three powerhouses had all disappeared into the air. Dead. They're all dead. Under the might of Ron's death decay, The three powerhouses of the sacred domain had all died an unnatural death. Not even their bones remained. Everyone was dumbfounded. At this moment, Ron slowly descended from the sky. That black-robed figure gave everyone a great psychological pressure. At this moment, no one dared to look down on this thin and weak young man. He's very powerful, Montego admitted honestly. I thought they would lose, but I didn't expect them to lose so easily. The legendary necromancer is indeed not simple. Hill said in a low voice. It's all over, Platt said calmly. He looked to the other side. Renault's body went soft, and he could barely stand. His teeth chattered, and his whole body trembled. Plop! Renault knelt down again. This time, he wasn't kneeling to someone else, but to the necromancer that he had always wanted to kill, but had always looked down on. Don't kill me. Renault became a pitiful worm at this moment. He begged, I'll give you everything. Don't kill me. The surroundings quieted down. Everyone looked over. Some people looked at Renault with sympathy, but they knew that this person's life was in the hands of that powerful young man. Kadena also couldn't bear it. She looked at Ron with a questioning gaze. Ron was unmoved. He took a step forward and said coldly, You've already lost the right to bargain with me. As soon as Ron's voice fell, there was a bang sound, and a long sword pierced out of Renault's body. A skeleton hero had appeared behind Reynolds at some point in time. It had used a long sword to stab Reynolds in the heart. Originally, the skeleton hero wasn't strong enough to ambush Reynolds, but Reynolds' pride was on the verge of collapse. Due to his carelessness, the attack had succeeded. Renault looked at the long sword in his chest in disbelief. Blood dyed his armor red. He twisted a few times and finally fell down unwillingly. The Ramus father and son, who had been arrogant for a while, were killed by Ron, becoming his first sacrifice to step into the sanctuary. At this moment, the abyss skeletal dragon let out a long roar. When everyone came back to their senses, they saw that Ron had already mounted the skeletal dragon. Chapter 539. The Ram father and son were killed, and the bride was taken away. The guests who came to attend the wedding felt bored and left one after another, including the sacred domain experts on the viewing platform. Let's go. Prats looked at the chaotic wedding scene and said to Monty, God, and Hill, There's no point in staying any longer. That's right, Monty said. Hill pondered for a moment. Old ghost, now that your student has advanced to the sacred domain, I think we should try to rope him in. There's no hurry. Prats quietly stared in the direction Ron left and smiled. Soon, he'll come looking for us. As soon as Ron left, the soldiers and generals loyal to the Doro royal family rushed into the prison and rescued the Doro king. Relying on the many years of management and prestige of the Doro royal family, as well as the Doro king's skillful political methods, he quickly calmed down the chaos as soon as he came out. The traitorous generals were punished, and the generals who were coerced were demoted. The situation quickly stabilized. The Ram dynasty that had existed for a short few months was declared destroyed. In the royal palace of the Kingdom of Doro, it was a scene of devastation. One side of the wall had already collapsed, revealing a huge crack. The rockery in the middle had obvious traces of being burnt. However, the building that had been passed down for hundreds of years still stood tall after 2 consecutive periods of chaos and upheaval. In the main hall of the royal palace, the Doro king, who had just been reinstated, sat on the throne in the middle, dealing with complicated government affairs. However, there was something more important that troubled him. Kadena had gone missing. The Doro king quietly listened to the report, his brows furrowed. After a long while, he asked, Kadena still hasn't been found? Yes, she was taken away from the wedding scene by Ron. A man who looked like a general said, His Highness Prince Locke has already led the Eagle Corps to chase after her. I don't know if he can catch up to her. Prince Locke was the son of King Doro and Kadena's brother. He was the appointed successor of the Doro kingdom. The falcons he led were the elite troops of the Doro kingdom. Those warriors riding giant falcons were the nightmare of the enemy on the battlefield. That being said, everyone understood that even if Prince Locke managed to catch up to them, he might not be able to bring them back. The other party was a peerless powerhouse who could kill Ram, Lettrel, and Storm at the same time. He could only use his status as her brother to persuade his sister. "Your Majesty, you don't need to worry too much." A beautiful middle-aged woman, sitting to the side, gently squeezed King Doro's hand and softly consoled him. Every movement of the beautiful woman was filled with a luxurious aura. It was just that she had just come out of prison, so her face was somewhat pale. She was the queen of the Doro kingdom, Kadina's mother. Queen Doro lightly bit her red lips and hesitantly said, "Perhaps this isn't a bad thing. As far as I know, Kadina and that person are truly in love." When these words came out, the entire palace quieted down. King Doro also remained silent. The queen was also somewhat apprehensive. As a mother, how could she not know her daughter's thoughts? However, if it was in the past, her husband would fly into a rage at the mention of this. Today, however, he was unusually silent. After a while, King Doro finally sighed, as if he had aged several decades. "Let Locke come back. Don't chase." "Yes," a high-ranking officer responded. Eagle Corps had a special method of communication that could call Prince Locke back. Queen Doro lightly sighed in relief. Without the sharp sword that was Ram hanging over her head, this matter would be much easier to handle. "Now, we must have a proper discussion." King Doro composed himself, stood up, and said in a clear voice, "Perhaps our kingdom of Doro will soon face a crisis." "Crisis, yes, crisis." When the ministers heard this, they understood. Ram was dead. The powerhouse of the sacred domain, guarding the kingdom of Doro, had died. Doro had lost its protection and might soon face the military attack of other countries. At this time, a Doro soldier hurriedly ran in. Reporting, Scylla Kingdom has deployed 8 legions at the northern border. They seem to be ready to attack us at any time. Reporting, Beach Kingdom soldiers are rapidly gathering. According to news, they might take military action against us. Reporting, Korea Kingdom's main force is moving towards the border. Their goal is unknown. Reporting, military intelligence flew in like snowflakes. Hearing this news, the Kingdom of Doro and the ministers were stunned. These countries were in the same region as the Kingdom of Doro. There were spies and spies there. Some had even infiltrated the military. If there was any movement, those countries would definitely know. It seemed that those countries had already received the news of Ram's death and were ready to make a move. In the next moment, they would take military action against the Kingdom of Doro that had lost its protector. The Kingdom of Doro was rich and located at a strategic location. The surrounding countries were all poor and small countries. Some of them did not even have a protector. Now that the Kingdom of Doro had lost its protector, those greedy countries coveted the wealth of the Kingdom of Doro and naturally wanted a share of the profits. Bah! Bastards! These damn bastards! King Doro held the battle report and was so angry that his entire body trembled. Without a protector, those countries that he usually looked down on were all bullying him. It could be seen how important a protector was to a kingdom. Although Ram was arrogant and despotic, he was able to protect the peace of the Kingdom of Doro. After losing him, the Kingdom of Doro was faced with one crisis after another. Only then did those ministers understand that Ram's existence was not a good thing. But losing him was a big bad thing. What should we do now? The ministers were suddenly in chaos. Their eyes were filled with fear. The Kingdom of Doro had never experienced a situation where they had lost their protector. At this moment, they were caught unprepared. At this moment, King Doro was the calmest person. He quickly pondered for a moment before standing up and sternly saying, "Pass down the order. All the legions are to prepare for battle. Pay close attention to every movement at the border. Use the attitude of war to deal with any crisis. At the same time, immediately issue a conscription order. Males between 18 to 40 years old are to join the Doro army. Third, the Central Army is to immediately assemble and prepare for battle." Yes, the military order was passed down in an orderly manner. In a moment, the entire upper echelon of the army was mobilized. The hearts of the Doro army that had been messed up by Ram were once again united to resist the foreign invaders. Also, post a recruitment notice and invite any sacred domain expert of the Noah continent to become the new protector of our kingdom of Doro. The price is... King Doro paused and fiercely clenched his teeth. Half of the wealth of the kingdom of Doro and 30% of the annual tax revenue. Ah! The ministers were shocked by this news. Half of the wealth of the kingdom of Doro and 30% of the annual tax revenue. Just how big of a price was that? They reckoned that no one would be able to pay such a high price. The hall buzzed as those greedy ministers protested. The wealth of the kingdom was one thing, but 30% of the annual tax revenue was simply asking for their lives. Don't. Your Majesty, calm down. Isn't this price too big? Your Majesty, please reconsider. No need to say any more. King Doro was also enraged. He slapped the table and stood up, roaring, "You guys, I don't care how much you usually plunder, but the worst part is that at the critical moment, you guys are completely useless. You can't even come up with a single idea. Rice buckets. All of you are rice buckets." When King Doro got angry, those ministers immediately kept quiet out of fear, not daring to make sound. Oomph. King Doro heavily snorted. He waved his hand. "Go and pass down the order." Bone erotic novel The Dragon's huge bone wings glided across the horizon, passing through the clouds. The whole way was filled with laughter. Ron and Kadena were sitting on the back of the bone dragon. Kadena's face was red as she threw herself into Ron's embrace and lightly hugged his neck. "Ron, thank you. What are you saying, fool?" Ron lovingly patted her head. "Sorry, baby, I came a bit late and made you suffer." Kadena heavily shook her head. "As long as I'm with you, I won't feel bitter." Kadena was wearing a white wedding dress. Like a shy bride, she snuggled into Ron's embrace and sweetly smiled. Her heart was already filled with happiness. "Kadena, you're so beautiful." Ron glanced at Kadena and was attracted by her beauty. He praised from the bottom of his heart. "Thank you," Kadena said with a smile. "Speaking of which," Ron naughtily smiled and gently pinched her soft waist. "You're wearing such a beautiful dress today. Don't tell me you already knew that you're going to marry me. You're so naughty." Hearing this, Kadena's face suddenly turned red. She raised her small fist and fiercely hammered Ron a few times. Ron laughed heartily, and the two quickly hugged each other again. Sitting on the bone dragon's back, Ron tightly hugged Kadena in his embrace and said softly, "Kadena, don't worry. We'll be together and never separate." Suddenly, a soft sobbing sound came from his embrace. Ron lowered his head to look and saw Kadena's shoulders heaving up and down as she cried sadly. "Kadena, what's wrong?" Ron was greatly alarmed. He cupped Kadena's beautiful face and asked, I... Kadena lowered her head as tears gently rolled down. "I'm worried about father and mother. I'm worried about Doro Kingdom. I'm afraid." Ron stretched out his hand to gently wipe away Kadena's tears and said with a smile, "What's so difficult about that?" Ron put away the bone dragon, and the two landed in a bustling, medium-sized city. When the two landed, Kadena's beautiful appearance attracted the gazes of many people. Fortunately, there was Ron, an expert of the sacred domain. Otherwise, there would have already been people trying to strike up conversation. Ron ignored them and walked straight into a trading company. As long as there were gold coins, this trading company would do anything for you. At the counter of the trading company, Ron picked up a pen and wrote a few words on a piece of paper and handed it to the attendant of the trading company. "Send it to the Doro Kingdom's palace. Send it to His Majesty, the Doro King." "Yes, honored guest." The attendant nodded politely and said, "I'll arrange for someone to send it over as soon as possible." From time to time, he sized up Kadena. "Let me see." Kadena snatched Ron's slip of paper. After reading it, her eyes lit up and she shouted, "Ron, you're the best." After saying that, she suddenly hugged him and kissed Ron's face fiercely. Doro Kingdom's palace was gloomy, as if a storm was coming. Everyone's heart felt like it was being pressed down by a heavy rock. King Doro sat upright on the throne. His hair was messy and his eyes were lifeless. He had already lost his former elegance and majesty of a king. He held a large stack of battle reports in his hand, and his face was gloomy. Those few countries had already sent their armies to attack. The north, south, east, all lines had been lost. The kingdom's army that had just passed through the chaotic period was not the opponent of the well-equipped enemy. At this moment, the situation was extremely dangerous. King Doro had not had a good sleep for several days already. "Your Majesty," at this moment, a minister stepped forward and said, "What's the matter?" King Doro asked. "The northern line of defense has already fallen." "I know." King Doro weakly nodded and fell into silence again. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, "Still haven't found the protectors?" "No." The minister sighed. "No one is willing to come here to act as our protectors and protect us, because they are afraid of being involved in trouble." Sigh. King Doro heavily sighed. In these past few days, he had sighed countless times. This showed his helplessness towards the situation. "Reporting to your Majesty, we received a letter from the trading company. It's specifically for you." At this moment, a soldier rushed in and saluted. "Let me see." King Doro nodded and took the letter. He opened it and read. Suddenly, King Doro's eyes opened wide. His slightly fat body trembled. His face was filled with excitement. It was as if all the haze in his heart had been swept away. Even the sky became bright. "Ha ha!" King Doro suddenly laughed. "Good. Very good. Very good." The ministers looked at each other in dismay, not understanding what was going on. A courageous minister asked, "Your Majesty, what made you so happy?" King Duo Luo stood up with a swish, waving the piece of paper as he excitedly said, "Come, spread this news for me. Tell everyone." That minister took the piece of paper and read it. There was only one line of words on it. "Iron, I am willing to become the protector of Doro Kingdom. Your Majesty, this is..." The minister was both surprised and happy. "Doro Kingdom is saved," King Doro said with a smile. Suddenly, he fiercely stomped his foot and scolded, "Ron, you bastard! You stole my daughter and became the guardian of the Doro Kingdom. What's the difference between your actions and llamas?" Chapter 540. Within the borders of the Roland Empire, in an ordinary and small mercenary tavern, there were all kinds of mercenaries crowded in front of a notice board. The notice board listed all kinds of missions, and the magic characters on it were constantly changing, showing the latest missions. The mercenaries quietly stared at the magic characters on the notice board, their eyes shining with anticipation. Most of the mercenaries were travel-worn and in a hurry. Most of them had already accepted a mission. In the process, there was a saying among the mercenaries: "If you're not doing a mission, then you're on the way to do a mission." After those penniless mercenaries completed their missions and received considerable rewards, they began to indulge in debauchery and lived a life of extravagance. Very quickly, they squandered away all the money they earned with their lives. Then, they became completely destitute of pornographic novels. Penniless, then went to do a mission. It was an endless cycle. That was life. The life of a mercenary. The mercenary tavern was such a place for mercenaries to pass time. Of course, it also had another function, and that was to be the place with the most up-to-date information in the Noah continent. At this moment, the mercenaries in the mercenary tavern were attracted by an explosive news. "Hey, did you hear? A 20-year-old boy became a powerhouse of the sacred domain." TCH, what's so strange about that? Your news is already outdated. Not only do I know that he became a powerhouse of the sacred domain, but I also know that he's called Ron. A wretched man said with a smile. I also know that that guy called Ron caused a ruckus in the kingdom of Doro's wedding. He killed the wedding host and the guardian of the kingdom of Doro and kidnapped the bride in front of everyone. Hee hee. No way. He just advanced to the sacred domain, and he already killed 3 intermediate sacred domain powerhouses? A primary sacred domain powerhouse killed an intermediate sacred domain powerhouse? Impossible. What's his profession? I heard that he's a necromancer. What? Necromancer? Did I hear wrong? A trashy necromancer can actually kill a powerhouse of the sacred domain? Are you joking? No, not at all. On the contrary, everything I said is true. That young man called Ron isn't a toy summoned by those scammers we saw on the streets of the Roland Empire. He's the most mysterious and powerful necromancer in the legends. What? The legendary necromancy magic? But isn't this just a legend? The legends are all true. Let me tell you, don't tell anyone. According to reliable sources, the tricks on the streets are just unlearned. The true power of necromancy magic is not something you can imagine. That wretched-looking guy said seriously. Looking at the people around him who were listening attentively, as well as the people who were looking over with their ears pricked up, he couldn't help but feel a little proud. In the mercenary world, some people were not strong, but they were well-informed, experienced, and respected. The wretched man in front of him belonged to this category. In the kingdom of Doro, the news of Ron causing a ruckus at a wedding and killing 3 sacred domain powerhouses spread quickly, and the entire Noah continent was shaken. Everyone's first reaction when they heard this news was impossible. A 20-year-old powerhouse of the sacred domain, a necromancer, 1 against 3, killing a 3rd intermediate sacred domain powerhouse with the strength of a primary sacred domain powerhouse. All these factors combined to form a legend that was even more bizarre than a legend. In an instant, Ron's name spread across the entire continent. In the streets and alleys, Ron's heroic deeds were spread everywhere, becoming a hot topic among the mercenaries. Is this also the reason why that 20-year-old youth became a sacred domain powerhouse? A mercenary at a nearby table interrupted, shaking his head with a look of disbelief. I don't believe that such a genius exists. Even if there is, he would have been roped in by the major forces. It's impossible for him to remain unknown. Moreover, the legendary necromancy magic has disappeared for a long time. It's hard to say whether it's true or not. Taking a step back, even if it's true, where did this Ron guy learn necromancy magic? The wretched man was at a loss for words. His face flushed red, but he still defended himself. Of course it's true. The news I release is never false. Not only here, but the entire continent is abuzz with it. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Oomph. The mercenary snorted, stood up, and coldly said, "You're just following the crowd." After saying that, he ignored the crowd and walked out with large strides. Oomph. This guy, if he's 1 step late, I'll teach him a lesson. That's right. Look at how arrogant he is. The mercenary's attitude caused the crowd to be displeased, and some people called out to teach him a lesson. Forget it, let's drink. Why bother with him? The wretched man didn't bother arguing with him. Yes, let's drink. As they spoke, bowls of inferior wine clinked together, and the mercenary tavern was filled with unbridled laughter. Bang! At this time, the wooden door of the mercenary tavern was opened, and 2 figures walked in. They looked like they were both women, and both were dressed professionally. One was a thief, and the other was a mage. They seemed to be in a hurry, as if they had rushed for a long time. "Boss, is there anything to eat? Hurry up, we're starving." The female thief shouted as soon as she entered the tavern, and then casually sat down at a table. "Hello, honorable guests. Our mercenary tavern has everything you need. May I ask what you would like to order?" A waitress took the initiative to greet them. She curiously sized up the 2 people. Other than the female thief, the other female mage was wearing a hood, so people couldn't see her face clearly. The waitress bowed, which was considered a greeting to the guests. As soon as these people came in, they attracted the attention of many mercenaries. When they saw the 2 young women with good figures, their eyes lit up. The female thief's appearance naturally couldn't be described. Her petite body was wearing tight clothes, revealing her exquisite and curvaceous figure. The other female mage's face couldn't be seen clearly, but judging from her figure, she was obviously better than the female thief. Some of the mercenaries were already thinking of ways to flirt with her. "Sister, sit." The female thief pulled the female mage to sit down. The female mage quietly took off her hood, revealing a delicate and beautiful face. Her pair of bright eyes were shining, and her heroic spirit was compelling, especially the noble aura that she inadvertently emitted, which made the vulgar people around her dumbfounded and salivate. The best, simply the best. Moreover, it was a noble female mage. Some of the mercenaries' hearts began to stir. "Sister, what would you like to eat?" the female thief asked the female mage. It seemed that they were sisters, and even their appearance was somewhat similar. "Anything," the female mage replied indifferently. At the same time, her pair of beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings. That kind of gaze made her very uncomfortable. "Oh, okay, 2 bottles of ale and 5 pounds of cooked beef will do," the female thief said. "No, I can't eat that much." The female mage frowned and said unhappily, then a bottle of ale and 3 pounds of cooked beef." The female thief was stunned for a moment before saying, "We still have to hurry, so we can't drink. 3 pounds of cooked beef will do," the female mage said coldly. She was obviously in a bad mood. The female thief smiled a little awkwardly and then said to the waitress, 3 pounds of cooked beef then." "Okay, customer, please wait a moment," the waitress said with a smile and turned to go back to prepare. "Sister, is there a need to be so frugal? It's not like we don't have money." After the waitress left, the female thief muttered unhappily, "Even if you have money, you can't squander it," the female mage said coldly. "Besides, I can't eat it. These are all for you." "Okay," the female thief sighed and said, "Sister, I know that you're still troubled by that matter." The 2 girls were the thief Catherine and the mage Juliana. They were important figures in the Ebian rebels. At this moment, they were on their way back to Manchester through the Roland Empire. Catherine was fine, but Juliana looked like she had a lot on her mind. She sighed and said, "Isn't this still?" Sigh. Now, even Lord Elpha can't be relied on. Elpha was originally the special envoy of the Roland Empire. He had helped the rebels in Manchester open up a supply channel and took down the Colored Stone Castle. However, since last month, the supplies have been gradually decreasing, and in the end, there were no supplies at all. Juliana smelled that something was wrong. She didn't dare to be negligent. She rushed to the imperial capital of the Roland Empire with Catherine overnight and asked to see Special Envoy Elpha to find out what was going on. However, when they arrived at the imperial capital, they didn't even see him. Not only Elpha, but even some of the high-ranking officials that they usually met avoided meeting. At this time, Juliana finally understood that the Holy Roman Empire and the Roland Empire must have reached some tacit agreement, and the Roland Empire turned around and sold them out. This was politics, naked politics. As long as there was a deal, anything could be sold out. Juliana had no choice but to rush back and think of a countermeasure. "Sister, according to reliable news, the Holy Roman Empire is preparing to make a move on us. They have sent more than 500,000 elite troops to the south in 3 directions, intending to destroy us in one fell swoop." Catherine said worriedly, "Even the Holy See is involved in this matter. I heard that they have sent a saintess to personally supervise the battle. I know all this. I also got the news, so I decided to rush back. It's a waste of time over there." Juliana looked bitter. Now that the Roland Empire's attitude is ambiguous, it's obvious that they don't want to interfere. "We can only think of another way." Catherine was indignant. These sanctimonious fellows, when it comes to receiving gifts, they accept them quickly and fiercely, but when it comes to doing things, they're always making excuses. At the crucial moment, they're even more useless. Catherine blinked. "Sister, that Elpha also didn't help you. Lord Elpha doesn't want to see me at all. I'm afraid I can't count on anyone this time." Juliana sighed and said with a bitter smile, 500,000 soldiers, 500,000. Hee. I'm afraid that they can crush Manchester into powder." Catherine raised her head, her eyes flashing, and said hatefully, "Damn it! If only there was a powerhouse from the sacred domain among us, then the Holy Roman Empire wouldn't dare to be arrogant with us." As the 2 sisters were talking, suddenly a handsome young mercenary at the next table stood up, picked up a bowl of wine, and walked to the 2 girls' table with a smile. He smiled and said, "Hee, the 2 of you, it's fate that we met." Do you mind having a drink with me? As the guy spoke, he didn't care whether the two agreed or not. He directly sat down and said, "By the way, this table is on me." At this time, the waitress brought Juliana and Catherine's things over. The guy smiled and raised his wine glass. "Come, two beauties, let's have a drink." When the other mercenaries saw the handsome mercenary drinking with the two beauties, their eyes spat fire with jealousy. They couldn't help it. Who told him to be handsome? The handsome mercenary had a charming smile on his face. He had just made a bet with his companions that he would get the two girls into his bed. He had a hunch that tonight would be a wonderful night. Scram! The voice wasn't loud, but everyone in the mercenary tavern could hear it. It came from the mouth of the female mage. The handsome mercenary's hand that was holding the wine glass froze in the air. His face was stiff, and his expression was awkward. He had a handsome appearance and was unstoppable in the field of flowers. There were even many young women who were willing to throw themselves at him. But he didn't expect that in front of the two girls, he would be embarrassed. "What did you say?" The handsome mercenary's face suddenly turned red. He felt that he had been greatly insulted. "I told you to scram. Didn't you hear me?" Juliana raised her voice. Catherine was somewhat gloating. Her sister's mood wasn't good. It was obvious that this brat came to touch her bad luck. You, I'm going to kill you." The handsome mercenary flew into a rage out of humiliation. His hand suddenly reached for the space bag on his waist. His movements were very fast, but Juliana's movements were even faster. She waved her right hand, and a flame appeared out of thin air. Boom! The flames exploded, and the handsome mercenary flew out of the door as if he was riding the clouds. Grand Magus! When Juliana made her move, all the mercenaries were immediately shocked. The guys who were still arrogant just a moment ago put away their contempt and became silent. Some of them even rejoiced that they didn't go up to court death. Grand Magus, in the mercenary world, was definitely a beautiful person. At the very least, they would be the leader of a large mercenary group. With the strength of a Grand Magus, it wouldn't take much effort to kill everyone in the tavern. The handsome mercenary was thrown out, but he wasn't injured. It was obvious that the other party had shown mercy. He lost face and didn't care about the laughter of others. He ran away with a red face. Catherine's eyes lit up. "Sister, your strength has improved again. You are now at the peak of Grand Magus. It seems that you will break through the sacred domain soon." How could the sacred domain be so easy to break through? Juliana withdrew her hand and sat down again. She silently sighed. "I have also been stuck at the bottleneck of the peak of Grand Magus. I haven't been able to break through for several years. It seems that I won't be able to break through in the short term." Catherine silently sighed. "I really don't know how those geniuses cultivate. Some of them become powerhouses of the sacred domain at an extremely young age. It is said that a powerhouse of the sacred domain promised to become the guardian of a country called the Kingdom of Doro. When those hostile countries and forces heard this news, they immediately withdrew their troops. I also know a little about this matter. I heard that this powerhouse of the sacred domain was too young. He wasn't even 20 years old. At this time, Juliana slowly raised her head. A look of unwillingness flashed in her eyes. Back then, I was also a genius who was the center of attention. My magical talent was unparalleled, and I became a Grand Magus at a young age. But why? Why can't I break through the sacred domain? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Juliana had reason to be resentful. If others could break through at such a young age, she should be able to do so as well. In her opinion, as long as she could break through the sacred domain, all her difficulties would be easily solved. In particular, the news of the army pressing down on her was like a heavy stone that weighed down on her heart, making it difficult for her to breathe. Juliana had never yearned for power so much. Catherine quietly looked at her sister. She knew that compared to her, her sister was under even greater pressure. Suddenly, she had an idea. She grabbed Juliana's hand. "Sister, it is said that the young powerhouse of the sacred domain has just advanced to the sacred domain. Do you think we can pull him over? Being with us means becoming enemies with the Holy See. I don't think you will be willing to do it. Juliana pondered for a moment. After a long time, she sighed. Let's try. It's good to try. If it doesn't work, we'll give up. Right, Catherine, do you know this person's background? And where is he? Chapter 541. What? You said he's called Ron? Necromancer Ron? Catherine returned from a tour of the tavern and brought back this shocking news. Juliana's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, it's him, Catherine said excitedly. Necromancer Ron. He has already advanced to the sacred domain. He killed Doro Kingdom's venomous Manicore Night Ram, as well as Thunder Academy's Lettrel and Aeolus Academy's Storm. Now, those two academies are on the verge of disintegration. This is simply unbelievable. Juliana slowly withdrew her gaze. He seems to be only 20 years old this year, yet he has already achieved so much. Juliana quickly calmed down. She quickly thought about it and shook her head. If it's him, I'm afraid we don't have any pornographic novels. There's hope. Back in Manchester, I sent him an invitation, but unfortunately, he didn't take it seriously. Moreover, Juliana bit her lip. The impression we gave him doesn't seem too good either. Let's just give it a try. There's no other way, Catherine said in a low voice. Juliana frowned and thought for a while before finally agreeing. All right, let's let Minister Carlos give it a try. I heard that his son is Ron's classmate. Ron rode his bone dragon and circled the sky a few times. When he returned to the kingdom of Moran, he was surprised to see Shea. She seemed to have been waiting there for a long time. Ron, Kadena, big sister Shea. Kadena jumped off the bone dragon and flew into Shea's arms. Shea, why are you here? Ron asked in surprise. Weren't you still in the Doro Kingdom? Shea glared at him. She put her hands on her hips and said, What are you talking about? You took me, Kadena, away and left me there alone. Your bone dragon was so fast that I couldn't catch up with you even after chasing for a long time on my unicorn. I'm sorry. Ron was speechless and smiled awkwardly. At this time, Hera, Becerra, Rainey, and the rest came out to welcome them. When they saw Ron, they were elated. Ron introduced Becerra and Rainey to Kadena. Kadena was also very happy. She held Becerra's hand and talked nonstop. Rainey walked lightly to Ron's side and reached out to pinch Ron's waist. Ouch! Ron grimaced in pain. Rainey smiled, revealing a row of small canine teeth. Tell me honestly, how did you manage to kidnap such a beautiful woman? Don't spout nonsense. She used to be my classmate at Balarax's Academy. Ron said anxiously. What about now? Rainey asked. She's my wife. Ron rolled his eyes and said. Rainey was speechless. She raised her small pink fist and said fiercely, I don't care how many wives you have, but if you dare to let Big Sister Becerra down, I won't let you go. Ron shrugged helplessly. At this time, a palace guard ran over and whispered something in Hera's ear. Hera heard it and frowned. She looked at Ron at the side. Ron's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly asked, What's wrong? Hera nodded. It's like this. A messenger from the kingdom of Ebia's rebel army is here. He wants to see you. Ebian rebels. Ron heard it and sighed. He thought of Catherine and Juliana. Catherine was fine, but he didn't have a good impression of Juliana. This woman was too snobbish. Hera sighed and said, The Ebian rebels are a group of pitiful people. I roughly know why they are here. After seeing that you have advanced to the sacred domain, they want to invite you to be their protector. However, the Holy See has already said that whoever gets involved with them will die. The Holy Roman Empire has also sent 500,000 soldiers down south to destroy the Ebian rebels' headquarters in one fell swoop and eliminate all resistance. Ron, I think you shouldn't meet him. Getting involved in this mess won't do you any good. Holy See? Ron's eyes flashed. He hated the Holy See to the bone. If he could do something to make them suffer, Ron wouldn't refuse. He pondered in his heart, as shocking plans slowly formed in his mind. All right, that messenger also claimed to be Prince Ron's classmate at the Balarax's Academy. At this moment, the guard added, Classmate? Kadena and Shea looked at each other, their eyes filled with surprise. Who could it be? Maybe we'll know each other. Shea said. Since it's a classmate, then all the more reason to meet him. Ron said to the guard with his hands behind his back. He smiled and said, "Lead the way." The group of people passed through the courtyard of the back garden of the palace and arrived at the luxurious hall of the Kingdom of Moran that was specially used to receive distinguished guests from various countries. Strictly speaking, the fallen dynasty of Abia could no longer be considered a country. It was just a loose force. However, Hera still decided to treat them with respect. When Ron's group arrived at the hall, the messenger immediately stood up and greeted Ron. Ron was stunned. "Ron, Fatty? Second, fifth brother? How come it's you?" The messenger was none other than Fatty Kid, Ron's roommate. He was called second fifth brother and was known as the fattest thief in history. When he saw Ron, an excited expression appeared on his face. "Second fifth brother, good brother. How come you're here?" Ron quickly ran over and hugged Kid tightly. He laughed heartily, filled with the joy of reunion. At first, the fatty was still a little fearful, but now he was completely relaxed. "Ron, I didn't expect you to still remember me after becoming a powerhouse of the sacred domain." "Nonsense. How could I not remember my brother?" Ron said with a smile. "This has nothing to do with the sacred domain. Shea, Kadena, Hera." At this moment, the fatty also saw his classmates from the Balarax Academy and hurriedly greeted them. When the three saw the fatty, they were also very happy. Shea glanced at the fatty and smiled. "Fatty, I haven't seen you for a while. Although your strength hasn't improved much, you become even fatter." The fatty chuckled. "I've never been very good at cultivation. It's better for me to go into business." When Ron thought of this guy who was weak but always charging at the front, never retreating, and always being carried off the stage in every fight, he sighed in his heart. He smiled and asked, "By the way, second fifth brother, are you working for the Ebian rebels now?" Seeing that Ron had changed the topic, the fatty's cynical face turned serious. He nodded seriously. "Yes, I'm working for Mississippi. I'm from Abia, and so is my father. He used to be the finance minister of the Kingdom of Ebia, and now he's in charge of 80% of the Ebian rebels' assets," he sighed. "The former Kingdom of Ebia has already been destroyed by the Holy Roman Empire, but rebuilding Ebia has always been our goal. Our rebels have always had the most popular support in Abia. Those occupiers will die a horrible death." The fatty's tone was full of anger. "But you don't have a guardian." Hera didn't miss the opportunity to say, "Due to the strong influence of the Holy See, no one is willing to become your guardian, because this means that they'll be enemies with the Holy See." Hera knew the political situation of the Noah continent like the back of her hand, and she was showing more and more of a queen. "That's right." The fatty nodded heavily. He glanced at Ron. "Ron, I don't want to hide this from you. This time, I'm here on Miss orders to invite you to become the guardian of the Kingdom of Ebia." "Juliana," Ron muttered to himself, but didn't directly answer the fatty's question. "Yes, Miss Juliana is also the princess of the Kingdom of Ebia," the fatty said. "Ron, I'll tell you the truth. After the Kingdom of Ebia was destroyed, we formed a rebel army and launched a war against the Holy Roman Empire. But after a few years, the situation has worsened. The Holy See hasn't even sent out their experts from the sacred domain, and we've already been defeated." The fatty paused. "As a brother from the same dormitory, I really don't want you to be directly involved in this war. But this is Miss and Father's orders. I have no choice. Ron, if you don't agree, I'll definitely turn around and leave. But no matter what, we're still brothers. We're still brothers." Ron looked at the fatty, the corners of his eyes slightly moist. "Ron." Hera saw that Ron was moved by the fatty and became anxious. At this moment, Ron waved his hand, indicating for Hera not to speak. He muttered to himself, "The Holy See and I have an irreconcilable hatred. From this point of view, your Miss and I have a common enemy." The fatty's body trembled slightly when he heard this. He looked at Ron in disbelief. This means, Ron, you're willing to be the guardian of the Kingdom of Ebia? You'll help us resist the Holy See and rebuild the Kingdom of Ebia?" "Of course." Ron smiled and nodded in agreement. "I have conditions." Ron, Kadena, and Hera were both shocked. They both knew what it meant to be the guardian of the kingdom of Ebbia. They looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. No problem, Ron. If you have conditions, feel free to state them. The fatty said straightforwardly. Ebbia used to be a rich kingdom. My father has also made a lot of money over the years. The fatty waved his hand and said, Ron, how many gold coins do you want? Just state them. Essence cores, weapons, and even black crystal coins, I can get them for you. The Ebian rebels were not good at military, but they had no problems financially. The fatty's father was a business genius. He had accumulated a lot of wealth over the years and used it to fund the rebels. The fatty had also inherited his father's good points. After graduating from the Balarax Academy, he began to take over some of his father's businesses and did very well. I don't want anything. Ron smiled. I only want Juliana to agree to one condition. What condition? The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the main road of the Moran Palace, covering it with a layer of golden light. A palace carriage stopped at the entrance of the Moran Palace. Ron and the others reluctantly bid farewell to the fatty and sent him to the carriage. The Moran Kingdom's flag was hung on the carriage, indicating that it belonged to the royal family. It would send the fatty safely to the border of the Moran Kingdom. The fatty sat in the carriage and waved goodbye to Ron and the others. Ron, I will let the young mistress consider your conditions. However, the situation is critical now. I believe she will agree. As long as she agrees, I will help you fight against the Holy See. Ron smiled. Go. This is my only condition. There is no need to talk about anything else. All right, the fatty nodded and said with a smile, Ron, regardless of whether the cooperation can be achieved or not, I hope you will come to Ebbia. My wife, Karachi, misses you very much. The carriage gradually went away, leaving behind a string of crisp hoofbeats. Ron, Kadena, Shea, and the others stood in place and watched the fatty leave. Ron, what condition did you make Juliana agree to? Hera asked curiously. When everyone heard this, they looked over at Ron with eyes full of curiosity. It's nothing. Ron smiled, revealing a row of snow-white teeth. I only have one condition, and that is to rebuild the Scourge Church in the kingdom of Ebbia. Ron looked at the sunset in the distance and said loudly. Chapter 542. In a dark room in Manchester, a weak philosopher's stone shone weakly, as if it would go out at any moment. In the room, more than 10 people sat close together. They were all important figures of the Ebian rebels. Catherine was also present. Crash! A piece of paper was torn into pieces in Juliana's hand. Her beautiful face was filled with anger. Bastard, this is too much. What does he mean by rebuilding the Scourge Church? Does he want to become another Holy See? If this request is made, the kingdom of Ebbia will become a puppet. A puppet. She stood up with a swish and said coldly, Carlos, your son is Ron's classmate. His actions are too disappointing. Juliana's eyes emitted a faint flame, and the aura of a master enveloped the room. Seeing the young miss fly into a rage, no one dared to breathe loudly. In the middle was a slightly plump middle-aged man. His small eyes shone brightly, and he was not someone easy to deal with. He was the kingdom of Ebbia's finance minister, Carlos, and Kid's father. However, Kid was not present. With his position, he was not qualified to participate in this meeting. In the face of the young miss' anger and censure, Carlos was not flustered. He was an elder of the kingdom of Ebbia and controlled the economic lifeline of the Ebian rebels. In terms of seniority, he was much older than Juliana. Young miss. Carlos stepped forward and bowed slightly. He said indifferently, I don't understand why young miss is so angry. This is clearly a transaction. The other party has made such a request, and we can only choose to accept or reject. If young miss doesn't agree, you can reject it directly. Why get angry? Juliana's eyes were about to spit fire. She wanted to reject it, but the Holy Roman Empire's army was pressing down on her. If she rejected it, what awaited her would be a devastating blow. She might be able to escape with her life, but Manchester would be destroyed. She screamed, But this condition is not fair. Can't you ask your son to negotiate with Ron to change the conditions? No matter how much money he wants, I'll give it to him. I can even let him enjoy privileges that are more honorable than those of the royal family. Isn't that enough? He actually wants to establish a force in Abia. Tell him to forget about it. Juliana, will do anything but be a puppet controlled by others. Young miss, there is no such thing as fairness in this world. There is only strength. As a sacred domain powerhouse, Ron does indeed have the right to propose such a condition. If the young mistress had advanced to the sacred domain, she would naturally be able to refuse. However, Carlos raised his head and stared at Juliana. I believe that in the current situation, Miss Juliana will definitely choose to agree. 3 days. After waiting for only 3 days, Ron received Juliana's reply. The reply was very simple, with only 2 words. I agree. Ron held the letter that Juliana had sent through a special channel and smiled. His eyes flickered with excitement. This day had finally arrived. The kingdom of Ebia would be the first country under the protection of the Scourge Church. The kingdom of Ebia's vast territory and enormous wealth could be used to spread the teachings of the Scourge Church and the glory of the Grim Reaper. The millions of citizens of the kingdom of Ebia would become the most devout followers of the Scourge Church. Ron could almost see a new and powerful Scourge dynasty descending. Perhaps it's time to do something, Ron muttered to himself. He smiled and stood up. With a wave of his wide necromancer robe, he covered his entire body. His body turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared into the air. 100,000 years ago in Amros, the Scourge Church was a supreme existence. Its brilliance was like the sun, illuminating the entire continent. In an unremarkable classroom in the Balarax Academy, Vivian stood at the lectern, endlessly lecturing on the history of necromancy magic. The classroom was packed with students attending a necromancy class. What was strange was that Vivian was wearing the attire of an archmage despite being a teacher. Her students were all wearing mage robes as well. They were all listening attentively, and some were even attentively taking notes. Ding-ling-ling. The sound of the end of class rang throughout the entire campus. At this moment, Vivian slowly closed her book. All right, today's class will end here. In the next class, we will continue to discuss the use of necromancy magic in actual combat. Yes, teacher. All the students had expressions of wanting to continue. They politely stood up and bowed, bidding farewell to their teacher Vivian. A gentle smile appeared on Vivian's face. She had secretly recruited these students. Most of them were children from poor families, and they were bone slaves who had already learned the wrong necromancy magic. When they came into contact with true ancient necromancy magic, they were shocked by its terrifying power. This was a power that wasn't weaker than any elemental energy. In fact, it was even stronger than them. Of course, the class was held in secret. The necromancy classroom had long been designated as a restricted area by the academy. All students were forbidden from entering, and necromancy students were also forbidden from leaving. The necromancy major was completely closed off. Vivian even had the students wear mage robes and pretend to be a mage class to conduct the class. Everything Vivian did was to conceal this potential power. She knew that these people were the seeds of necromancy magic, and their future achievements were limitless. Teacher Vivian, I have a question that I don't understand. Can I ask you? At this time, a voice traveled into Vivian's ears. Vivian looked and saw a 14-year-old girl standing in front of her, looking at her timidly. It's you, Lisa? Looking at the girl, Vivian smiled. This girl was one of the most diligent students in the class. She was the youngest, but her talent for necromancy magic was unparalleled. She had only studied necromancy magic for a year and had already become an advanced necromancer. Lisa came from a poor family. Her father was a necromancer who had practiced the wrong type of necromancy magic. They were poor and destitute and were bullied by others. When she was 10 years old, her mother couldn't bear the family's poverty and left them, abandoning the family. All of this was due to a lack of strength. When Lisa had the opportunity to come into contact with true necromancy magic, she treasured it even more. Now, she had become one of the most dazzling students in the class. "Of course, Lisa. Please come to my office," Vivian said with a smile. Lisa nodded happily. She was very sensible and took the initiative to help her teacher tidy up the things on the table. When the two walked out of the necromancy classroom, talking and laughing, Vice Dean Dabbs of the Balarax Academy called out to Vivian, "Teacher Vivian, come with me for a moment." "Yes, Vice Dean," Vivian responded and turned to Lisa, saying, "Lisa, take my things to my office and put them on the table. Then wait for me there. I'll be back in a moment." "Yes, teacher," Lisa responded. After bidding farewell to the teacher and Vice Dean Dabbs, she hugged Teacher Vivian's lesson plans and books to her chest and ran excitedly to Teacher Vivian's office. At the corner of a corridor, Lisa bumped into someone with a bang, and the books in her arms fell to the ground. That person was a youth wearing a long black robe and looked to be only a few years older than Lisa. He had a head of short black hair that reached his ears and looked extremely spirited. "I'm sorry, little sister mage, did I hurt you?" The youth took the initiative to apologize as he reached out to help Lisa up. "It's okay, big brother, it's my fault. I bumped into you." Lisa also took the initiative to apologize. The black-robed youth smiled, and his appearance like a spring breeze won Lisa's favor. She didn't know why, but when she saw this big brother, she felt a sense of familiarity. "All right, little sister mage, where's the necromancy classroom?" The black-robed youth smiled and asked. "Necromancy classroom?" When Lisa heard this, she immediately shuddered and came to her senses. At this time, Lisa's expression gradually became serious and faintly carried some hostility. She carefully sized up the youth in front of her and said in a cold voice, "Not many people in the academy know about the necromancy major. Who are you? Why are you asking about this?" The black-robed youth stared blankly. "Actually, I'm here to find Teacher Vivian." "What? You're still looking for Teacher Vivian?" Lisa jumped up when she heard this. This youth of unknown origin actually wanted to read pornographic novels. Looking for Teacher Vivian. How could this be? Could it be that he's from the Holy See? Lisa's mind raced. The person in front of her didn't have the badge of an instructor, nor did he have the symbol of a student. There was an 80% chance that he was from the Holy See. Only those from the Holy See would be so interested in necromancy magic. When she thought of this, Lisa's killing intent surged. These are notes on necromancy magic? The black-robed youth picked up a book from the ground with interest. It was Vivian's notes on magic, and recorded some of her insights and experiences. Not bad indeed. I didn't think that Vivian had also reached this level. Ron casually flipped through it. With his sacred domain strength, he quickly saw a few errors. However, with Vivian's talent, it was already very impressive that she could reach this level without anyone's guidance. "Let go!" Lisa shrieked. She was like an angry lion, snatching the book from the black-robed youth's hands. "These books aren't for you to read." "Who are you?" The black-robed youth was Ron. He had returned to the Balarax Academy to look for Vivian to discuss the grand plan of rebuilding the Scourge Church, but he didn't expect to be caught red-handed by Lisa. "You're talking about me?" Ron laughed and was about to say his name. "You don't need to say it. You're from the Holy See." It was Lisa who interrupted him, shouting, "What are you trying to do by sneaking into the Balarax Academy? Do you want to kill Teacher Vivian? Destroy necromancy magic?" Ron froze for a moment, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He never thought that one day he would be considered a member of the Holy See. "Holy See, do I look like one to you?" Ron chuckled. "Just as I thought, Di." Lisa was furious. She took out a bone staff from somewhere and waved it, causing a large amount of black soul energy to wildly seep out. "Undead from the depths of hell, accept my call and kill the enemy before you. Use his blood as a sacrifice to the sword of death, and use his soul to add glory to the god of death. Come out, skeleton warriors." Lisa chanted in a low voice, and a large number of skeleton warriors scrambled to crawl out from the ground. They held weapons in their hands, howling, and their eyes flashing with a green light. Ron was stunned. His mind was a little muddled. How did this young magician in front of him suddenly summon so many skeletons? Moreover, this wasn't the kind of necromancy magic that was regarded as trash, but true ancient necromancy magic. Ron's mind flashed. You're not a mage, you're a necromancer. Chapter 543. Dozens of skeleton warriors leapt into the air, blocking all of Ron's escape routes. They raised their long swords high and pounced down like fierce tigers. Facing the incoming skeletons from all directions, Ron's lips curled into a faint smile. Interesting. With a wave of his black robe, a light green aura shot out like an arrow. Immediately after, a series of pung, pung, pung sounds rang out as the skeleton warriors that filled the sky turned to dust in an instant. Necromancy magic and soul force were part of the law of death. Ron, who had cultivated to the level of sacred magus necromancer, naturally had a much higher understanding of the law of death than Lisa. It could be said that the two of them weren't on the same level. What? Lisa was shocked. The intruder's strength was far beyond her imagination. Bone spear. Lisa wasn't discouraged at all. With a shout, her hands madly curled like dragons as a white bone spear appeared in her heart. She held the sharp bone spear in her hand and thrust it towards Ron. Come. Ron also had the intention to test her. Seeing the bone spear thrust at him, he quickly reached out and grabbed the tip of the bone spear. You, let go of me. The bone spear in Lisa's hand was caught by Ron, causing her face to turn red. Even if she used all of her strength, she couldn't move it in the slightest. Hee, there's no other way, right? Little sister. Ron smiled, let go of his hand, and said, It's just a joke. Little sister, I hope you don't mind. Lisa panted lightly. Only now did she understand that the difference in strength between her opponent and herself was too great. All right, now you can tell me where Vivian is, right? Ron said with a light smile. All right, I'll tell you. Don't tell anyone, Lisa said as she stretched out her finger, hinting Ron to come over. Ron smiled as he walked closer, not noticing the crafty look that flashed through Lisa's eyes. Teacher Vivian is, Lisa whispered in Ron's ear. Immediately after, her expression changed. Poison bone dagger. As Lisa's soul power surged, a small dagger made of bone appeared from her bosom. There was a strange light green color on the dagger. It was obviously poisoned. Ah! Ron screamed, only to find that the dagger had pierced deeply into the black robe. Stop! At this moment, a sharp voice sounded. It was Instructor Vivian and Vice Dean Dabbs. Teacher Vivian, I've discovered a spy who has infiltrated the academy to gather information about the necromancy major. Quick, let's catch him together. When Lisa saw this, she wasn't shocked but happy instead. She hurriedly jumped up and pointed at Ron. Vivian ignored her and walked straight to Ron. She asked nervously, Ron, are you okay? Ron, you're here. Vice Dean Dabbs greeted Ron. What? Lisa was dumbfounded when she heard this. The name Ron was so familiar. Teacher Vivian would always mention it in class. He was the one who had taught Teacher Vivian true necromancy magic. He was the beacon of light on the road and the idol in the hearts of all necromancy students. You're Ron. Lisa pointed at Ron, so shocked that she couldn't speak. Ron smiled faintly and blinked at Lisa. Little girl, you're ruthless enough. As he spoke, he took out a light green dagger from his black robe. There was already a small hole in the black robe. Vivian was shocked and asked with concern, Ron, are you okay? I'm fine. Ron smiled. She's not strong enough to hurt me. Lisa, you're too reckless. What if you hurt Ron? Apologize to Ron quickly. Vivian said sternly with a straight face. The poison bone dagger was extremely poisonous. It would be troublesome if it pierced the skin. Lisa's face flushed red as tears of grievance welled up in her eyes. Forget it, I was just joking with her. Besides, she didn't do it on purpose. Ron smiled and rubbed Lisa's head. This level of vigilance is praiseworthy. Lisa's heart was warmed by Ron's praise. She couldn't help but stick out her newly developed chest. Ron, you've come at the right time. I was just about to look for you. Dabs walked up and smiled at Ron. Just nice. I have something to look for you guys, too. Let's find a place to talk. Ron also said. The noon sky was slightly gloomy. Countless dark clouds pressed down like a giant hand between heaven and earth, enveloping the entire Manchester. The atmosphere was a little tense and even a little suffocating. This was because a solemn and sacred ceremony was taking place here. Manchester had changed its name to Undercity. Undercity was the name of the main city of the Scourge Church in the continent of Omros 100,000 years ago. The Scourge Church was resurrected in the continent of Noah using the same name. In the middle of Manchester, there was a huge castle. The castle's architectural style was similar to that of a skeleton. The walls on all sides revealed a touch of white. The gate in the middle of the castle was a pornographic novel. In front of him, a huge skull was lying between the heavens and the earth. Its huge mouth was wide open, and in its pitch-black eye sockets, a faint green flame could be seen. That was the spirit flame that would never be extinguished, and it made the entire castle even more eerie. In front of the castle gate, necromancers were lined up neatly. There were more than 300 of them, just enough to form a necromancer group. The leader was Vivian. Behind her, Lisa, Paige, and the others had solemn expressions. Their faces were full of piety. They had already taken off their fake mage robes and were replaced by black necromancer robes. The robes' chests and cuffs were embroidered with sinister skull patterns. The white patterns on the collars resembled rolling clouds. They looked extremely mysterious and demonic. Behind these necromancers were troops of the Ethiopian Resistance Army. There were more than 100,000 of them, and they were fully equipped. There were even cavalrymen among them. They stared solemnly at the tall, undead castle. Today was the establishment ceremony of the Scourge Church. Ron and the others had been preparing for this ceremony for several days. Juliana and Catherine of the Ebian rebels had also been invited to attend the ceremony. They rode tall horses and stood in the ranks of the Ebian rebels. General Lachlan was also riding on a horse. He looked at the tall, undead castle and frowned unhappily. He said to Juliana beside him, "Miss, is it really appropriate for us to do this? These crazy fellows actually turned Manchester into this. We've already spent a lot of money just to build this terrifying undead castle. We've even mobilized a lot of people. If we don't gain anything after spending so much money, but we don't have any other choice." Juliana quietly stared into the distance, her expression unchanged. If we don't cooperate with Ron, what awaits us is destruction. From the information sent by the Roland Empire, the Holy Roman Empire has already made up their mind to destroy us at all costs. Lachlan glanced at the undead castle. But you trust him so much. His strength is limited. Do you think he can withstand the 500,000 soldiers of the Holy Roman Empire? But he's still a genuine powerhouse of the sacred domain. Juliana slowly withdrew her gaze and sighed. Actually, that's not what I'm most worried about. Choosing to cooperate with the necromancers means becoming enemies with the Holy See. If everything goes well, perhaps we'll become another Holy Roman Empire. Otherwise, Juliana shook her head with a bitter expression. We're already tied to the chariot of the Scourge Church, and we have no other choice. Catherine gritted her teeth and looked at the undead castle in front of her with a complicated expression. Vivian took a step forward and stood on the high platform. She glanced at the black mass of necromancers below and said in a clear voice, "Believers of the Scourge Church, 100,000 years ago in the Omros continent, the powerful Scourge Church suffered a devastating blow, and the powerful necromancy magic disappeared with it." All the necromancers listened quietly, their eyes fixed on Vivian, who was on the high platform, with a tragic expression on their faces. But fortunately, necromancy magic did not disappear. 100,000 years later in the Noah continent, necromancy magic was reborn in our own way. This will be an epic-making chapter. The great god of death is guiding us in the right direction. It foretells the rise of the undead, the descent of the calamity, and the entire continent will tremble. We must abandon fear, no longer cowardly. Glory belongs to the undead. Tread in the footsteps of the god of death, and pursue the glory of the god of death. At this moment, the necromancers raised their arms and cheered loudly. Their faces were filled with religious fanaticism, converging into a terrifying sound wave. The undead will not die. The calamity will not be extinguished. Crazy, this is too crazy. Seeing this scene, Lachlan shook his head and said to Juliana, "Miss, do you believe that these charlatans can help us restore our country? I think it's better for Miss to reconsider." Juliana bit her lips tightly and did not reply. Looking at these fanatical believers, she felt some regret in her heart at this moment. "Now, let's invite the young master of the Scourge Church to descend." Vivian raised her hands and shouted loudly, her face burning with passion. Pong! At this moment, it was as if a huge hole had opened up in the sky. Countless dark clouds rolled wildly, and within the dark clouds, a huge figure drilled out of the clouds. An extremely terrifying pressure descended from the sky, and everyone felt as if a large stone was pressing down on their hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. Oh, what is that? Dragon. It's the skeleton of a dragon. So strong. I feel a suffocating aura. Is it a powerhouse from the sacred domain? There was a slight commotion among the Ebian rebels. They stared at the terrifying power that suddenly appeared in the sky, not knowing what to do. Roar! The huge bone dragon cut through the sky and let out a deafening roar. In Undercity, everyone's expression changed, and the warhorses twisted their bodies uneasily. This powerful and oppressive force made them feel extreme danger. Good. So strong. Lachlan's eyes widened, his face pale. Is this the power of a necromancer after reaching the sacred domain? Why? Why do I feel fear? He's Ron. No, it's just an undead creature summoned by Ron. Juliana's face was also full of shock, but in addition to shock, she also felt a trace of excitement. When she really saw this terrifying abyssal skeletal dragon, she was full of confidence in Ron. The abyssal bone dragon landed on the undead castle. It spread its huge bone wings, raised its head, and let out a long roar that shook the surroundings. In the thick black fog, a figure wearing a black robe appeared. The wind blew the black cloak on his body, revealing the thick bone armor underneath. Ron's figure slowly descended from the sky, his dark eyes looking down on the earth. His body was covered in black fog, emitting a biting cold aura. With his hands behind his back, he was full of disdain for the world. "Welcome, young master." All the necromancers bowed in unison, welcoming the arrival of their young master. Ron's figure slowly landed on the huge skull. Looking into the distance, he slowly stretched out a hand, and the black fog gently fell from his hand. At this moment, a smile appeared on his face as he murmured, Chapter 544. Night fell. In a small dark room in the Undercity, a pale yellow magic lamp was constantly rotating, emitting a faint light. On a table more than 10 meters long, several Ebian rebels gathered together. Their eyes quietly stared at the huge map that covered the table, deep worry flashing in their eyes. 500,000. 500,000 troops. Uncle Junger looked at the map and murmured. Not only Junger, but everyone present also didn't have much confidence. The Ebian rebels only had about 100,000 people, and this was an army that had turned from the dark to the light. It didn't include a large number of ordinary people like farmers who didn't have much fighting power. In the face of the 500,000 elite troops of the Holy Roman Empire, they could only be crushed. It seemed that the Holy Roman Empire was determined to eliminate all future troubles and officially restore order in the Abia province. There was no room for them to maneuver. Juliana quietly looked at the map, frowning, thinking hard. Her expression was dignified. At this time, Lachlan next to her coughed. "Miss, in this situation, I'm afraid we have to trouble a big shot to support us." We agreed to his request, so he has to show some sincerity. Juliana didn't answer. She naturally knew who the big shot was. Just then, Ron opened the door and walked in. In a meeting, how is it? Have you researched anything? Ron greeted with a smile as soon as he came in. He had always been very polite to his partners. Finished showing off? Juliana glanced at him and couldn't help but say, "Didn't I inform you that the meeting was going to start? Why are you only here now?" She didn't know why, but she always found Ron unpleasant, even if he had become a strong person in the sacred domain. Establishing the Calamity Church on her own soil and establishing her own faith wasn't a small matter. If it wasn't for the fact that she had no other choice, Juliana wouldn't have cooperated with Ron no matter what. "I'm just teaching my students necromancy." Ron smiled. His gaze fell on the map on the table. "How is it? Have you figured out what to do?" Faced with Ron's frivolous expression, Juliana raised her eyebrows slightly, anger faintly appearing in her eyes. "I do have a way, but I'll have to trouble you, the young master of the Scourged Church." "No problem." Ron patted his chest. "But I don't know much about war. You just have to tell me what to do." Ron naturally understood Juliana's difficulties. Since he had established his faith in the kingdom of Ebbia, he had to do something. "All right then." Juliana slapped the table and pointed at the map. "Ron, look, this is Amufa City. It's more than 300 kilometers away from Manchester, no Undercity. This is the place where the Holy See's 500,000-strong army stores their food. I've received intelligence that a large amount of food will be transported here soon. A 500,000-strong army heading south would require a large amount of food. The soldiers of the Holy Roman Empire were also people who needed food. So much food would not be able to fit in a space bag. Moreover, the Holy Roman Empire was not so extravagant as to give every ordinary soldier a space bag. I see it. Ron's eyes stare at the small city, a dignified look in his eyes. What do you want me to do? It's very simple. You lead your people from the Scourged Church and capture this place. Then burn the food there. Juliana's eyes revealed a sinister smile. As long as there's no food, the Holy Roman Empire will definitely have a headache. If the food for the 500,000-strong army is not supplied, there will be chaos. In the end, the Holy Roman Empire will have no choice but to retreat. How about it? Can you and your people do it? Juliana raised her eyebrows, her eyes full of provocation. Juliana threw the biggest problem and impossible task to Ron. Of course, she was just saying it. She did not expect Ron to really do it. She only wanted to suppress Ron's arrogance. If Ron did not dare to accept it, then he would naturally be inferior to her. Everyone heard and took a deep breath. If this plan was successful, then there would be no need to fight. "Oh." Ron's eyes focused and nodded lightly. He understood. "What? You don't dare?" Lachlan could not hold it in and said provocatively. "Hee hee." Ron smiled and looked at Juliana and Lachlan. He laughed and said, "You don't have to provoke me. We are now grasshoppers on the same rope. No one can leave each other. I will not refuse to do what I need to do. Isn't it just a city of Amufa? I'll accept this mission." "What?" When everyone heard this, they couldn't believe their ears. "You're saying that the Calamity Church is going to complete this mission? It's not our Scourged Church. It's me," Ron said calmly. "The necromancers will stay here and protect Undercity. I'll go attack Amufa City." "You mean you will do it alone?" This time, even Juliana was stunned. This Ron was too arrogant. Even if it was a powerhouse of the sacred domain, it would not be easy to attack the heavily guarded city of Amufa. An important city like Amufa would generally have a strong defense magic array and magic crystal cannons. These things were enough to make the powerhouses of the sacred domain suffer. On the battlefield, especially in a defensive battle, the powerhouses of the sacred domain played a limited role. This was simply an impossible mission. "Ron, you have to think carefully. Amufa City is a heavily guarded city. There may even be powerhouses of the sacred domain there." Catherine was still very concerned about Ron. She took the initiative to say this. "If I say it's no problem, then it's no problem." Ron smiled at Catherine. He was grateful for her concern. Attack Amuffa city and burn the food there. I alone will be enough." At this moment, Juliana recovered from her shock and said calmly, "Ron, it's good that you accepted this mission. But you have to remember, 3 days. There are only 3 days. If the mission is not completed within 3 days, then 500,000 soldiers will descend on Undercity. At that time, there will be no need to carry out the plan. 3 days." Ron thought for a moment and nodded. "I understand." In the winding mountains, a long line slowly moved forward. Some of the soldiers of the Holy Roman Empire were on foot, while others were on horseback. Without exception, they were all wearing heavy armor and were well equipped. Their combat expertise was a true portrayal of these soldiers. They were real professional soldiers. They were elites who had been selected from young to be trained in the army. Leading the way were Holy Empire's elite cavalrymen. They rode on gigantic war horses that were at least 2 heads taller than ordinary war horses. Their limbs were as thick and solid as elephants, and their bodies were bulging with muscles. It was said that these huge horses had the bloodline of noble magical beasts. Whether it was strength or endurance, they were all top-notch. Of course, these huge horses also consumed a lot of energy. They had high requirements for logistics. Every meal they ate required a large amount of bean cakes. These specially made bean cakes even contained meat. In the huge Holy Roman Empire, only 10 of these elite cavalry regiments were equipped. However, for this southern expedition to Ebia province, they had dispatched 2 of these elite cavalry regiments. Riding at the front of the huge horse was a handsome middle-aged man. It was said that Melchinda was the sworn brother of the current emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, Charles XXVI. As his right-hand man, he was highly regarded by Charles XXVI. Born into a noble family of the Holy Roman Empire, he had an outstanding royal bloodline. He was also the highest commander of this southern expedition. He was an outstanding soldier who had experienced hundreds of battles and had the strength of a great swordsman. At this moment, a griffin descended from the sky and landed steadily on the ground. Melchinda held the horse's head and nodded indifferently. One of the griffin knights placed his hand on his chest as a salute. Reporting to the marshal, "We are now deep within the borders of the Ebia province. We are only about 400 kilometers away from their headquarters in Manchester." 400 kilometers? Melchinda's brows relaxed slightly. "Very good. Perhaps in a little more than a day, our Griffin Knight will be able to reach Manchester." Pornographic novels, after thinking for a while, Melchinda asked, "Have you discovered any traces of the Ebia rebels?" Reporting to Marshall, "We haven't." The Griffin Knight answered honestly, "You haven't discovered anything?" Melchinda laughed and said loudly, "Ha! It seems that these rebels know that the army is coming and have begun to withdraw their forces. They have all retreated to Manchester. If that's the case, it's a good thing. We can fight a decisive battle in Manchester and catch them all in one fell swoop. If that's the case, we might be able to end the battle in a few days. Who knows, we might even be able to rush back to the Guangming Divine Saliva Festival." Melchinda laughed as he spoke. He had a very accurate grasp of the situation. In his opinion, to deal with the rebels in the Ebia province, there was no need for such a large military force. Those fellows with crude equipment and no fighting spirit were no match for the heroic soldiers of the Holy Roman Empire. Marshall is wise. The soldiers started to flatter him. Melchinda also felt a little smug. To someone like him who had experienced hundreds of battles, this kind of combat mission was not challenging at all. "No, Marshall, your thinking is too simple." At this moment, a clear voice rang out. It sounded like pearls falling onto a jade plate, extremely pleasant to the ears. As the voice was speaking, a beautiful figure slowly walked over. In the midst of this group of men who were filled with the stench of sweat, a hint of fragrance appeared. It was a woman wearing a white robe and a veil on her face, making it impossible to see her true appearance. Her body was filled with a holy aura. "Saintess!" Melchinda's gaze froze. He lowered his head slightly with a respectful expression. In the Holy Roman Empire, the Holy See was an extremely special existence. Furthermore, the Holy See Saintess was an even more awe-inspiring and inviolable figure. Saintess, the soldiers of the Holy Roman Empire saluted. In the Holy Roman Empire, the ordinary citizens would more or less be influenced by the Holy See. The soldiers were no exception. They did not have the slightest intention of blasphemy towards this noble and pure saintess. The saintess' eyes quietly swept across Melchinda and said, "Marshal, there's something I don't know if I should say. I don't know what saintess has in mind. There's no harm in saying it, and we could discuss it together." Melchinda tried his best to speak politely. However, his heart was filled with disdain. The saintess was just a silly little girl. She was a genius and already possessed considerable strength at such a young age. However, when it came to commanding a battle, she was still too far away. Melchinda muttered in his heart, finding an excuse to deal with the saintess. He did not want her to keep interfering with his commands. Chapter 545. McKinty crossed his arms and smiled. Then, according to the saintess' opinion, what should we do? It's very simple. The saintess' calm gaze did not contain a trace of emotion. These people's souls have already been corrupted by demons. They must all be purified. At this point, the saintess paused, gritting her teeth, her eyes revealing a trace of killing intent. Purify them all. Leave not a single one alive. What? The saintess' words were earth-shattering. Including McKinty, all the generals of the Holy Roman Empire were stunned. They had seen ruthless people before, but they had never seen such ruthlessness. The saintess' words caused everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. How many people were there in the entire Abia province? There were millions of people. Even the area around Manchester had millions of people. According to the saintess' words, these people should all be beheaded. Saintess, McKinty stuttered. You mean to kill all of Abia's commoners? That's right. The saintess coldly said, "These Abia's commoners are all unbelievers. There is no need for them to continue living in this world. But there are many people in Abia province. Don't tell me you want to kill all of them?" McKinty was shocked by the saintess' madness. The Holy See had once promoted Guangming teachings in Abia province, but the results were minimal. As the saintess in charge of this area, she was already very impatient. She wanted to use the butcher's knife to establish the most devout faith in Abia province. Those who did not believe in Guangming, only death awaited them. What? You don't dare? The saintess turned her head, her pair of beautiful eyes quietly staring at McKinty, her hands behind her back, her expression filled with arrogance. McKinty looked left and right, taking a deep breath to calm himself down. He slightly bowed. "My apologies, saintess. Blame me for not being able to follow your orders. No matter what, Abia province is still a part of the Holy Roman Empire. Even if there are rebels here, I cannot treat these commoners as rebels and kill them." Hee. At this time, the saintess laughed coldly and said in a sinister tone, "Machinta, this is His Majesty's order. Do you wish to disobey?" His Majesty's order? Machinta's heart trembled. He tilted his head and thought for a while, then calmly said, "I'm sorry, saintess, I didn't receive any orders from His Majesty Charlie to massacre Abia citizens." "You're wrong," the holy lady said calmly. "By His Majesty, I'm not talking about His Majesty Charles XXVI of the Holy Roman Empire, but His Majesty Ernst, the highest spiritual leader of the Holy See." "Your Majesty Pope?" Machinta's hand trembled violently. His heart sank, but he still argued. "Lady Saintess, I am the Empire's Marshal. I only listen to His Majesty Charlie's orders." "Really? Marshal, don't regret it." At this time, the Saintess laughed coldly. She took out an item from her bosom and raised it high, saying loudly, "Machinta, look at this. What is this?" Machinta took a closer look, and his soul almost flew out of his body. "Order? Order of the Pope?" "That's right, it's the Pope's order. Seeing the Pope's order is like seeing His Majesty Pope himself. Why aren't you all kneeling?" The Saintess said coldly, "Long live His Majesty Pope." All of the generals recognized the Pope's order. Even though they were unwilling, they could only dismount and kneel. Machina had no choice but to kneel as well. The Saintess laughed coldly. All generals of the Southern Punitive Army, heed my orders. Within the Ebia province, regardless of whether you're a rebel or not, all of you will be executed. These filthy heretics have no right to live within the Holy Roman Empire. Only by letting their bodies sink can their souls be purified. We obey His Majesty Pope's decree. All of the generals helplessly said in unison. Get up. The Saintess laughed coldly and took back the Pope's order. Only then did the generals dare to get up. She glanced at Machinta and said with a smile, Lord Marshal, purifying the heretics in the Ebia province is indeed His Majesty Pope's intention. You also know that our Holy See has a tradition of preaching with a sword. Within the Holy Roman Empire, the only outcome for those who don't believe in the religion is death. The Saintess's gaze turned cold and immediately turned gentle. Lord Marshal, please follow His Majesty Pope's orders. Otherwise, you know what will happen to you. Even if you don't think for yourself, at least think for your family. Yes, Saintess. Machina was already sweating profusely and could only nod his head like a chicken pecking rice. Very good. Then let's do this. After saying those threatening words, the Saintess finally smiled in satisfaction. She slightly bowed and turned to leave. After the Saintess left, Machinta seemed to have lost his support and sat down on the ground. Everyone hurriedly helped him up. Lord Marshal, we really have to. One of the generals said quietly and made a kill gesture. They're all our country's commoners. What else can we do besides following orders? Defying His Majesty Pope's decree, unless you don't want to live anymore. Machinta glared fiercely at him and shouted, Commoners? So what if they are commoners? Kill them all. Yes. The generals replied one after another, a trace of ruthlessness flashing across their faces. Killing, these soldiers who had experienced hundreds of battles were naturally no stranger to it. However, to have their swords pointed at the Empire's innocent commoners, these soldiers who came from the bottom of society still couldn't bear it. However, the generals were different. They had to consider their own heads. Machinta looked at the Saintess back, and a trace of resentment flashed across his eyes. Preaching with a sword, those who don't believe in the religion will die. These frauds of the Holy See. They're all King lunatics. Lunatics. The Holy See had a transcendent position in the Holy Roman Empire. That supreme divine authority even penetrated into the imperial power. Machina knew that defying His Majesty Charles's decree might not necessarily lead to anything, but if he were to defy His Majesty Pope's decree, he would definitely die. Even Charles XXVII wouldn't be able to save him. The reason was simple. Charles XXVII could only rely on the Holy See to protect his rule. Machinta was sure that between him and the Holy See, His Majesty Charles would sacrifice him without hesitation. In the Holy Roman Empire, Machinta wasn't the first person to harbor resentment towards the Holy See, and he wouldn't be the last either. Amufa City. Bathed in the morning light, Amufa City was solemn and majestic. Tall city walls and a wide moat showed that the city's defensive power was extremely strong. As a famous big city with a radius of several hundred miles, Amufa City became the place where the 500,000 Southern Expedition Army of the Holy Roman Empire stocked up their supplies. Countless carriages continuously transported the supplies over. In order to transport these supplies, the Empire's logistics department spent a lot of effort. Usually, Amufa City was bustling with people coming and going. Taverns were everywhere and businesses were flourishing. Countless mercenaries and travelers would pass by and stay here, adding to the liveliness of Amufa City. But today, Amufa City was heavily guarded. Teams of soldiers from the Holy Roman Empire were patrolling, and countless Griffin Knight were circling in the sky. The city that had just ended its curfew was like a sleeping beauty that had just woken up from a long slumber. The people on the streets were sparse, and the city looked listless. At this moment, Amufa City had become a huge military fortress. As a strategic hub in the south, serving the military was its principle. The continuous supply of supplies showed that the Holy Roman Empire was planning to fight a long-term war. Cutting off the Roland Empire's Black Hand, eliminating the resistance forces of Abia, and completely controlling Abia was the Holy Roman Empire's recent strategic goal. In the morning light, before the dewdrops disappeared, a figure had already quietly appeared on a high hill not far from Amufa city. A loose black robe, tightly wrapped around a slightly thin body, and a thick hood covered the upper half of the person's face, only revealing the lower half of the person's nose and mouth. That person was Ron. He walked alone in the morning light and arrived outside Amufa city. Standing on a high hill, he had a panoramic view of Amufa city. Dozens of crows were circling in the sky, and dozens of ghosts were sneaking into the city at the same time. Not a single corner of Amufa city could escape his eyes. So, this is Amufa city? As expected, it's heavily guarded. Ron muttered to himself. Then, the corner of his mouth slightly raised into a smile. But, no matter how sturdy the city is in front of me, a grand necromancer, it won't be able to withstand a single blow. With a bang, a large amount of black mist suddenly emerged from Ron's body. The black mist circulated around his entire body and continued to rise like flames. A darkness began to spread from his feet and continued to spread outwards. A strange atmosphere suddenly spread out. The air was filled with an austere aura. A gentle breeze blew, bringing with it the scent of death. A wild dog was looking for food in the grass. It suddenly raised its head, sniffed the air a few times, and ran away with its tail between its legs. The morning light disappeared, and the sky became slightly dark. The vast space began to become suffocating. What's going on? Why did the sky suddenly become dark? Could it be a solar eclipse? Why? Why do I feel like some kind of danger is coming? The entire Amufa city smelled the scent of death. Everyone was alarmed, and the people began to become restless. The hearts of the soldiers of the Holy Roman Empire suddenly tightened. They felt a trace of the atmosphere before a great battle. The earth is sinking, the sky is collapsing, the gods are sleeping, the demons are awakening. The power of the dead, the will of the souls gather in my hands, become my spear, become my sword. Roar, destroy, disappear. Ron chanted a tedious incantation. His voice was very low at first, then it became higher and higher. As his voice rose, his soul force continued to surge. At this time, he suddenly raised his head. The thick hood on his head slid down, revealing a pair of strange dark green eyes. Ka ka ka. At this time, the earth under Ron's feet had a strong change. The earth flipped, and rows of white bones pierced out from the ground. Countless skeletons and spirits scrambled to crawl out from the ground. 100, 500, 800, 1,000, 2,000, 8,000. The number of skeletons increased exponentially. Looking from afar, it was a dense expanse of white, and there was no end in sight. Ron, who had reached the level of Grand Magus Necromancer, could summon undead creatures as if they were free. Not only skeleton warriors, and skeleton magicians, even black knights, gargoyles, and terror knights. These high-level undead creatures were as easy as blowing off dust. Look, what's that? The soldiers of the Holy Roman Empire on the city wall finally discovered the change in the distance. They pointed in that direction and shouted in alarm. It's skeletons, so many skeletons. The legs of the soldiers were trembling. The densely packed skeletons that covered the mountains and plains made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Enemy attack. A captain finally came back to his senses and shouted, Quickly sound the alarm. At the same time, inform the city lord. Dang, dang, dang. The melodious chime of a bell resounded throughout Amufa city. In an instant, the entire city was stirred into action. The well-trained soldiers of Holy Empire donned their armor and raised their weapons as they rushed to the top of the city walls. But in the next moment, they were all stunned by the sea of skeletons. Heavens! How can there be so many skeletons? His feet gently left the ground, and his wide black robe fluttered in the wind. Ron had his hands behind his back and slowly rose into the air. He stood at a high place, like an emperor looking disdainfully at the world. At this time, Ron moved. The dragon bone staff in his hand was slightly pointed forward. Chapter 546. Whoosh! Countless skeletons gathered into an ocean. They moved in groups like waves and swarmed towards Amuffa City. Magic crystal cannons. Where are the magic crystal cannons? Fire them. Where are the mages? Facing the attack of the undead army, the soldiers of the Holy Roman Empire who were guarding Amuffa City panicked at first, but they quickly calmed down. Countless soldiers rushed out of their resting rooms and rushed to the top of the city wall with weapons in hand. Not long after, the magic crystal cannons roared. These battle machines that were made by human craftsmen and filled with sorcerer's stones began to show their power. Huge magic cannons were shot into the sky and sprinkled down, blossoming in the undead army. These powerful battle machines swept through a large area, and countless skeletons were blown into smoke and disappeared into the air. It wasn't just the magic crystal cannons. The mage corps of Amuffa City had also begun their attack. They were shouting in unison, and all kinds of high-level and low-level magic were blasted out. These well-trained mages gathered together and caused a huge amount of damage. But unfortunately, there were too many undead army. The worst thing was that other than the dead, there was an endless stream of skeletons. Soon, these skeletons that emitted a rotten smell approached the city wall. At this time, the skeletal mages standing at the back also began to counterattack. They waved their bone staffs and released magic to suppress the mages of Amuffa City. A battle of suppression and counter-suppression had begun. Be careful, they have already climbed up the city wall. Kill them. Damn it, where did these guys come from? There are so many of them. The soldiers of the Holy Roman Empire cursed. They waved the weapons in their hands, and the skeletons were beheaded one by one. Their broken bodies turned into smoke and disappeared into the air. Generally speaking, these summoned undead creatures were not a match for human soldiers when they had the same strength and number. However, they had a terrifying number, and this number made up for the lack of strength. The undead army climbed up the city wall like ants, and a fierce battle broke out between them and the soldiers of the Holy Roman Empire. The control of the city wall changed hands repeatedly, and the battle was in a stalemate. No one was able to do anything to the other. Damn it! Aren't these the useless skeletons summoned by the necromancers on the streets of the Roman Empire? These things. How can these things be so powerful? A soldier of the Holy Roman Empire wiped the blood on his face and said, the blood on his body was almost all his own. After all, undead creatures did not have blood. The number of these guys is too terrifying. Another soldier had just chopped a skeleton in half, but facing the army of skeletons in front of him, he felt a sense of despair. At this time, the defenders of Amuffa City had casualties, and the number of the soldiers of Amuffa City was rising. Ron floated in the air and quietly watched the battle in the field. There was not a trace of emotion on his wooden face. He did not reveal the aura of a sanctuary powerhouse. Instead, he hid it in the undead army he had summoned. Of Amuffa Amamuffa. Is Amuffa Amamuffa AMU Ampha? It seems that he won't appear. Ron shook his head. There is no sacred domain powerhouse in Amuffa City. Powerful saint-level experts could unleash terrifying attacks, be it domains or forbidden spells. These attacks were powerful enough to destroy everything. In front of a saint-level expert, this army of skeletons was nothing more than an existence that couldn't withstand a single blow. Unfortunately, whether it was due to Holy Empire's carelessness or some other reason, there wasn't a single saint in Amuffa City. Perhaps in their eyes, there was no need to dispatch saints to wipe out the rebels in Ebia province. All they needed was an army. After confirming that there was no sacred domain powerhouse in Amuffa City, Ron finally showed himself. Look, what's that? What a powerful force. It's a sacred domain powerhouse. Oh my God, a sacred domain powerhouse has arrived. As soon as Ron appeared, He was accompanied by a powerful aura of death. It was like a heavy bomb that exploded in everyone's heart. The Sacred Domain powerhouse brought not only the peerless power that oppressed the world, but also a huge impact that shocked the soul. The morale of the Holy See soldiers plummeted. Why? Why would a Sacred Domain powerhouse attack Amuffa City? Seeing Ron appear, the mayor of Amuffa City, who was commanding the battle, was shocked. He was having a headache because of the large number of undead creatures that appeared out of nowhere. Now that he saw a Sacred Domain powerhouse appear, he understood that the nature of the situation had changed. These terrifying undead creatures were undoubtedly summoned by a Sacred Domain powerhouse. Could it be? The mayor of Amuffa City's heart skipped a beat. He's a Sacred Domain powerhouse invited by the Ebian rebels? That must be it. Amuffa City is where Holy Empire stores their rations. The Ethiopian Resistance Army is also clear on this point. As long as they capture Amuffa City, their 500,000-strong army will collapse without a fight. The city lord of Amuffa City broke out in a cold sweat. It was very easy for him to understand the situation. Knowing that it was a Sacred Domain powerhouse who attacked, the mayor of Amuffa City knew that Amuffa City was finished. With his Sacred Domain powerhouse's ability and the fact that there was no Sacred Domain powerhouse in the city, he could easily take down Amuffa City. The mayor of Amuffa City was already thinking of a way out. What the hell? How could the Ebian rebels invite a Sacred Domain powerhouse to attack? The mayor of Amuffa City looked at Ron, who was in the sky, and his eyes flashed with intense hatred. However, what made the mayor of Amuffa City even more confused was the pornographic novel. Yes, who was this person? He dared to help the Ebian rebels and attack Amuffa City. Wasn't he afraid of the Holy See's revenge? At this time, Ron already wanted to end the battle. In the sky, a cloud of black fog gradually condensed. In the hexagram of the summoning circle, a huge head pierced through the clouds, and a peerless, ferocious aura shook the surroundings. Dragon. It's a dragon. The appearance of the dragon made the soldiers of the Holy Roman Empire even more nervous. Even the powerful dragons had joined the battle. What hope was there in this battle? However, some of the sharp-eyed soldiers quickly discovered that it wasn't a dragon. It was just the skeleton of a dragon. Roar! The bone dragon flapped its huge bone wings and let out a deafening roar. Its huge body swooped down and landed on top of Amuffa City. It opened its mouth and breathed out a dragon breath. Boom! Wherever the abyssal bone dragon went, a raging fire was ignited. Those black flames with strong corrosive properties burned the soldiers of the Holy Roman Empire until they were rolling on the ground. The soldiers finally panicked. They finally knew that although this bone dragon was different from dragons, its strength was on par with dragons. It might even be stronger. Run! In the face of such a powerful force, the soldiers' morale plummeted. They no longer had the will to continue fighting and began to flee in panic. For a moment, the balance of the war finally tilted towards Ron's side. Boom! The Terror Knight swung his sword and the sturdy city gate fell. Countless undead soldiers poured into Amuffa City. Kill! 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 The sturdy military fortress was breached, and the humans inside suffered a calamity. The undead army destroyed everything, and countless humans fell into a pool of blood. The will to resist completely collapsed. The soldiers of the Holy Roman Empire began to flee. The mayor of Amuffa City was nowhere to be seen. The whole city was in chaos. Hee, looks like everything is going smoothly. Ron's figure had already arrived in Amuffa City. Looking at the undead army wreaking havoc, the corner of his mouth curved into a cold smile. In the face of the attack of the Sacred Domain, the heavily guarded Amuffa City simply didn't have the strength to fight back. The strength of the Sacred Domain's powerhouses surpassed everything. They weren't even on the same level as a Master Realm expert. Under the Sacred Domain, all were ants. Even Master Realm expert was just a slightly bigger ant. Only after entering the Sacred Domain would they have some weight. This was also one of the reasons why Juliana didn't dare to establish a kingdom. A kingdom without a sacred domain expert would only be meat on the chopping board of another country, waiting to be slaughtered. After capturing Amufa City, Ron immediately commanded the skeleton army to start setting fire. Not long after, the entire city was set ablaze. Countless grains were turned into ashes. This won't do, it's still too slow. Looking at the soaring flames, Ron shook his head. With such flames, it would take 3 days and 3 nights to burn down the entire Amufa city. Ron didn't have that much time to waste. Since it's like this, I might as well destroy everything. Green flames suddenly appeared in Ron's eyes. Soul force crazily gushed out. Inside his body, Ron's soul expanded to its maximum size. His sea of consciousness surged unceasingly. At this moment, soul force circulated throughout his body. Ron closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and chanted unceasingly. A string of cryptic incantations flew out from his mouth. Combined with his powerful soul force, a monstrous might began to slowly form. Not long after, a black book appeared above his head. It constantly rotated, emitting a boundless aura of death. The Book of Death. This mysterious book he found on the floating island opened another door for Ron's cultivation. The Law of Death, which was incomparably more powerful than necromancy magic, was approaching the origin of the universe's power. Whoosh! Ron's eyes suddenly opened. His eyes were bursting with radiance. At this moment, the necromancy spell had also finished condensing. Death's hand. From the dense black clouds in the sky, a huge hand suddenly stretched out. The hand carried a monstrous might, as well as a powerful aura of death, and suddenly pressed down. This was Homeland's strongest magic battle skill. It was also the third necromancy spell recorded in the Book of Death. On Dragon Island, he ignited his soul to use the powerful Death's hand to contend against R.A. Firth. Although he ultimately failed, it left a thick page in history. Boom! At this time, the Death's hand ruthlessly grabbed the City Lord's mansion. This huge building was like clay. The tall spire broke into two and loudly collapsed. Chapter 547. Abia Province. In a small village near Manchester. This peaceful village had turned into a hellish scene. Countless villagers gathered in the middle of the village, surrounded by fully armed soldiers of the Holy Roman Empire. On the ground, dozens of corpses were lying on the ground, blood flowing everywhere. The villagers' eyes were filled with anger. The corpses on the ground were their loved ones. A few young men from the village were hung on a beam that had been set up temporarily. A man who looked like an officer was constantly whipping them while cursing. The flying whip left bloody scars on the bodies of the young men one after another. Miserable screams echoed in the quiet mountain area. The villagers could only grit their teeth and watch in silence. Speak. Where are the Abia rebels? The officer fiercely asked. He pinched the chin of a youth. I don't know. The youth weakly replied. These youths are the strongest in the village, people who practice Do Chi. However, in front of the powerful military machine of the Holy Roman Empire, they were unable to do much and were quickly captured. The officer's face twitched a few times. Very good, you don't know, right? You could die now. The officer's face was ferocious. He quickly pulled out his sword and, with a bang sound, directly pierced the youth's body. The youth's hands were tied. He struggled a few times before he stopped moving. The officer cruelly licked his lips. You actually said you don't know? You know that I hate the word don't know the most. As he spoke, he pointed his blood-stained sword at the villagers. The villagers were so scared that their bodies kept shrinking back. The fear on their faces became more intense. A child's cry came from the crowd. The woman looked nervous and tightly hugged the child in her arms. This was a small team of the Holy Sea's Southern Expedition Army. They were ordered by the Holy Virgin to purify this area. At the same time, they discovered traces of Ebian rebels. In order to claim credit from the marshal, they had to force a confession. Captain, it seems that we won't be able to get anything out of them. Why don't we just kill them all? At this time, a soldier walked to the side of the officer and muttered. His pair of sinister eyes sized up the villagers. Hmm. The officer nodded after pondering for a while. At this time, the village chief in the crowd seemed to have seen something from the eyes of the officers. His expression was fearful, his legs went soft, and he knelt down with a thud. "Sirs, we really have nothing to do with the Abia rebels. Please let us go." The villagers also knelt down and begged for mercy. At this time, a few crows perched on the treetops at the edge of the village, their intelligent eyes constantly looking down. This crow wasn't a natural creature, but a soul summoned by necromancy magic. Damn it, these bastards are too despicable. Not far away, two short figures were hiding in the tall grass, using the tall grass to hide their bodies. They were Paige and Lisa. The two necromancers were observing their surroundings through the eyes of crows. Originally, they were ordered to investigate the movements of the southern expedition of the Holy Roman Empire, but they didn't expect to see this scene here. The one who spoke was Lisa. At this moment, her hands were tightly clenched, her clear eyes were full of hatred, and her body was slightly trembling. "Don't be impulsive, calm down. They have too many people." Paige was still calm, and he pressed down on Lisa, who wanted to jump up. "Damn it. Do you want me to watch as the villagers are killed?" Lisa hatefully said, "These damn bastards. They have already slaughtered dozens of villages. How do you want me to calm down?" Facing the villagers' pleas for mercy, the soldiers were indifferent. They grinned maliciously, and with blood-stained swords, they walked step by step towards the unarmed villagers. The villagers screamed, and their bodies continuously retreated. The young people in the village who had some strength were all dead, and only the old people and children who didn't have any ability to resist were left. I can't take it anymore," Lisa angrily shouted. With a sound, her body transformed into a black streak, and she suddenly dashed out. Paige didn't think that Lisa would be so impulsive. He wanted to stop her, but it was already too late. "Go to hell." The soldiers of the Holy Roman Empire mercilessly raised their butcher's knife. At this time, with a whoosh, the sound of wind suddenly sounded behind their heads. Something that looked like an arrow pierced right into the chest of a soldier. That soldier didn't think that he would be ambushed. His eyes were wide open, and he tried hard to see the attacker, but he couldn't see anything. His body tilted and fell to the ground. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The soldiers were worthy of being soldiers. Their training wasn't something that ordinary civilians could compare to. Their discipline was even better than some loose mercenary groups. After the initial panic, they quickly calmed down. Dozens of people pulled out their swords and formed a battle formation. Who is ambushing over there? Come out." That officer held a huge shield to protect his body, and his cold eyes constantly looked around. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on a high treetop, and his expression froze. "It's you?" The officer was surprised. The person who came was a 13 or 14-year-old little girl. She was wearing a black robe, and her eyes were coldly staring at them. "Who are you?" the officer asked. Based on his soldier's intuition, he felt that this little girl wasn't simple. She even had a trace of danger. "I'm the one who will send you to hell." Lisa's heart was burning with anger. Only by killing could she vent her anger. "Now all of you can go to hell." Lisa didn't say anything more and directly attacked. She waved her black robe and chanted an incantation. Not long after, a row of skeleton warriors drilled out from the ground. "What is this?" The officer was shocked. He saw that there were 40 to 50 skeletons. Their faces were ferocious, and they held weapons as they approached step by step. At this time, a soldier's mind flashed. "She's a necromancer." "Necromancer? Heresy?" The officer's eyes widened. After a while, he laughed out loud. "So that's how it is. This is a necromancer who can summon skeletons? Useless trash profession. Go to hell." At this time, a skeleton warrior screamed and rushed forward. The officer grinned and raised his sword to kill the skeleton. "Captain, be careful." The officer heard the soldier's anxious warning. Before he could react, the skeleton warrior with his skeleton haste spell had already rushed forward. Clang. The officer had already exchanged a blow with the skeleton warrior. What? The officer was shocked. He only felt an enormous force coming from the other side, shaking his arm until it was numb. No, these aren't weak skeletons. The officer was shocked beyond words. At this time, a thought flashed in his mind, and he exclaimed, "Could it be she's a legendary ancient necromancer?" At this time, his mind gradually recalled some past events. Just a few years ago, a true ancient necromancer had appeared in the Holy Roman Empire. He had caused a stir in the Holy See and was wanted throughout the country. In the end, he had escaped to the Roland Empire and destroyed half of Asinaris. "So you're an ancient necromancer." Instead of being shocked, the officer was delighted. He pointed at Lisa and shouted, "Brothers, capture her and bring her back to the Saintess. The Saintess will definitely reward you handsomely." Yes, dozens of Holy Roman Empire soldiers roared in response. They pounced on Lisa like wolves and tigers. "Oomph, let's see if you have the ability." Lisa snorted coldly. Her body turned into a cloud of smoke, shuttling back and forth among the soldiers with incomparable agility. Many soldiers were injured by her. However, Lisa's strength was limited. Under the siege of dozens of Holy Roman Empire soldiers, the skeletons she summoned were all killed. The skeletons summoned by a necromancer were related to the individual's strength. Under the effect of skeleton's control, the stronger the individual's strength, the stronger the summoned skeletons. The soldiers on the other side were not to be trifled with. There were 4 senior swordsmen, more than 10 intermediate swordsmen, and the rest were all junior swordsmen. There was even 1 intermediate mage among them. Under the attacks of these people, Lisa, who only had the strength of a senior necromancer, was soon surrounded by danger. "Good. Surround her and capture her alive." The officer rubbed his hands in excitement, his eyes shining. He thought that he had done a great service. The merit of slaughtering 10 villages could not be compared to the merit of capturing this little girl. The villagers were still in a state of shock. The fire of hope that had just risen was extinguished once again. Some people secretly prayed that the little girl would not be defeated by the soldiers. Otherwise, what awaited them would be death. Just when Lisa could not hold on any longer, a boom sound was heard. The village's wooden gate was suddenly knocked open. A black armored knight fiercely rushed over. Its huge iron hooves stomped on the ground, making a dull sound. Wearing heavy armor, it was like an indestructible war chariot. It raised its sharp, long sword and galloped over. With a slash of the sword, a soldier's head and body were separated. Blood spurted out wildly. The black armored knight waved its long sword and fought with the Holy Roman Empire soldiers. Its attack power was abnormally strong, and the soldiers were simply not its opponent. "Brother Page, you're finally here." When Lisa saw him, her eyes were like crescent moons. She shouted, "If you didn't come, I would have used soul ignition. Then it's good that I'm not too late." Page's figure appeared at the village entrance. He imitated Ron, riding on the back of a skeleton and holding a bone spear. He lightly said, "It's good that I learned how to summon a black knight 2 days ago. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we wouldn't be able to leave here today." "I knew it. Brother Page is the best." Lisa beamed with joy. Her eyes revealed a faint admiration for Page. Page unhappily glared at her, still laughing. "When we get back, I'll spank you." The Black Knight's strength was strong. Its defense and attack power were both high, and it was stronger than a knight. However, it required a necromancer archmage to summon it. Even the genius Page had only just learned how to summon it. The appearance of the Black Knight had completely reversed the situation of the battle. Its valiant body would break the bones of the enemy, and with a slash of its long sword, it could directly cut a person into 2. Moreover, its defense was terrifyingly high. The soldier's dochi basically had no effect on it. Page didn't even need to make a move, and victory was already decided. Miserable cries rose and fell. No one was a match for the Black Knight. What's going on?" The officer was dumbfounded. He felt that his brain wasn't enough to comprehend the situation. However, he quickly confirmed one thing. The black armored knight was an expert. Powerful, too powerful. This knight is so powerful. He scared the crap out of them. A villager said in surprise, "It's not a knight. It's the same as those skeletons. It's an undead creature." Another sharp-eyed villager said, "No matter what, the village is saved." The village chief's tears flowed freely. The long sword pierced the officer's chest. The officer's eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment, he finally saw clearly that the knight wasn't human. It was an undead creature that looked like a skeleton. The officer's eyes were filled with extreme reluctance as he fell down. "It's over." Paige and Sally looked at each other and smiled. "Don't be so impulsive next time." Paige walked to Lisa's side and patted her head, speaking to her like a little sister. "I know, big brother Paige." Lisa stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. "Thank you for saving the village." At this moment, the village chief led the villagers to kneel in front of Paige and Sally to thank them. This caused the two of them to be at a loss, and they had to persuade them to get up. "There might be a war here soon. You should find a place to hide," Paige said to the villagers before leaving. Who are they? What are their occupations? Their fighting style is so strange, but they seem very powerful. A young villager asked. "They're from the Scourge Church." The village chief looked meaningfully at the backs of the two people as they left. "They're necromancers, and they use necromancy magic. However, I'm surprised that necromancy magic is so powerful. This is the first time I've seen it. I want to learn necromancy magic too." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.